All right, everybody. How are we doing? Check into the stream. Happy Sunday evening, March 20th, right? March 20th already. Comment where you're tuning in from. What city, what state, where in the world you're watching. I'm Andrew Mercado from Mercado Media Productions, and this is live. We're going to be going over the latest in Ukraine. March 20th. Hello from Ireland. How you doing? Hey, Mary. It might be a little loud. Turn myself down a little bit. How you doing? Hey, Jesse. Thank you for checking in. Hello from Nova Scotia, Canada. How you doing, Liberty? Welcome back. Thank you, Carrie. Wisconsin. I apologize to everybody that was tuned in, ready to go at this time yesterday, and I was delayed 2 hours. So, we're going to be right on time for you guys today. Kenosha, Wisconsin's tuned in. How you doing? Thank you so much. Longview, Washington. Redding, California. Hello, everybody. Central City, Kentucky, how you doing? Holiday, Florida, welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in. Salem, New Hampshire. Hello from the Minneapolis area. Thank you so much. Liz, thank you. Sending love from Southern California. Thank you. Let's pull up the war map in the background. There we go. Have that on the screen. Tulare, California. Thank you so much. Love the new look at your own desk. I know, Laura, right? You gotta make it till you get it. Olympia, Washington, thank you so much. United Kingdom, Cambridge, welcome. Wyoming, how you doing? All right, let's just read the latest off of our headlines. You can find this in the description of our video. So, the flooded area alongside the Irpin River is growing. The flood is now approaching Horenka near Bucha, Irpin. So let's get to the big side. Let's go to the big screen. We're leaving the desk now. All right. Thank you guys again for tuning in. Let's get it. So, the latest. Flooded area alongside the Irpin River is growing. The flood is now approaching the Horenka near Bucha, Irpin. It's up here. Flood. Not good. They flooded it, but it's getting bad now. That's in this area. Bucha, Irpin. Alright. Ukrainian TV to combine broadcast amid martial law. Zelensky signed a decree that united nationwide TV channels into one platform. It is important that the country has a unified information policy, said the president's office, added that no channels will be disconnected. At the Chernobyl nuclear plant today, it was possible to carry out the evacuation and partial rotation of personnel. A total of 64 people were taken out. The staff was at their workplaces for about 600 hours. 46 station workers volunteered to replace them. Let me fix the map a little bit. Russia's defense ministry. Ukraine has until early hours. Some reports indicate 5 a.m. of March 21st to give Russia its answer on surrendering Mariupol. Again, Mariupol, the lone city down here. The lone city here that's left to the southeast. The entire territory around it is Russia-controlled territory now. All this is Russian. Alright? Mariupol's the only one left. So allegedly they have until 5 a.m. to surrender the city. When the time is at 4:07, so they have a little under an hour. Turn the brightness up a couple. My green screen is messing up. They have a little under an hour. March 21st, Reuters. There's no question of Ukraine giving up the city of Mariupol and laying down arms, Ukraine's Deputy Prime Minister Irpin River said early Monday. There's no question of Ukraine giving up the city of Mariupol. No. I don't think Russia's gonna have to take it by force. They've been leveling it for weeks now. That's the last one left, and then they will work on Mykolaiv. The other latest, too, in the last few hours. Kyiv mayor. Several explosions in Podilsky district of Kyiv, the Podol. Several buildings in a mall. Civil defense units already on site in the Podol district. That's here. It's in Kyiv. Podol district is here. Very close. Pull it up on this map. The Podol district. Right here. This is where Kyiv was just hit a few hours ago. 7,295 people evacuated from hotspots on March 20th, according to Deputy Prime Minister Irpin River. Only 4 out of 7 agreed upon humanitarian corridors were able to carry out evacuations. Only 4 out of 7 agreed upon humanitarian corridors were able to carry out evacuations. Yep, that's what I'm getting to. Deadline is 5 a.m. If you guys have not done so, again, please like the video, share the stream out. If you have not done so, spam the reactions, follow the page, make sure you're following, make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel. We're going to be covering this until 2 in the morning Central Time, maybe, actually, no, 3 in the morning. 3 in the morning Central Time. So if you're up all night long, right around 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, we hit breaking news. We might have more as what would it be, 11 p.m., 10 p.m. in an hour. I think they have until 5 a.m. Moscow time. So I think that might be in 2 hours from now then. What time is 5 a.m. Moscow time? Oh, it's already 10 minutes. It's already past 5. It's already 10 minutes past 5 a.m. in Moscow. So let's look for the latest updates on Mariupol right now. Let's get the latest on Mariupol right now then. 10 minutes ago. Got it. They're an hour ahead of Kyiv. You can look in the top right corner of the screen. You can see the time we have for Kyiv. Is there any news on that? Likely won't come out right away. Ukraine rejects Russia's demand to surrender Mariupol in exchange for safe passage. Zelensky seeks help from Israel. Oh, what is this? It's a pop-up. Ukraine has rejected an offer to allow two safe... Let me zoom this in a little bit so you guys can read along. I'll go to this side. You guys read along right there. Ukraine has rejected a Russian offer to allow two safe corridors out of the besieged city of Mariupol in exchange for Ukrainian fighters laying down their arms. The Russian news agency TASS reported the offer, citing Colonel General Mikhail Minzintsev, head of the Russian National Defense Control Center, and said residents of the southern port city were given until 5 a.m. Monday to respond. Mizintsev didn't have to wait that long for an answer. Ukrainian Deputy Prime Minister Irpin River rejected the idea outright. There can be no talk of any surrender, laying down of arms. We have already informed the Russian side of this, she told the news outlet Ukrainian Pravda. I wrote, instead of wasting time on 8 pages of letters, just open the corridor. The pounding of Mariupol intensified Sunday, and a top U.S. official expressed concern about the prospect of a Russian organized concentration and prisoner camps. The pounding of Mariupol intensified Sunday, and a top U.S. official expressed concern about the prospect of Russian organized concentration and prisoner camps as Russia's bloody assault on Ukraine waded deeper into its 4th week. The Mariupol city accused the Russian military of bombing an art school where about 400 people had taken shelter. There is no immediate word on casualties at the school, but the city council said on social media that the building was destroyed and people could remain under the rubble. Russia continues the genocide of the Ukrainian people and civilians of Mariupol, the Post said. Every war criminal answered for his crimes against humanity against the people of Mariupol. The assault on Mariupol prompted a police officer, in a video verified by Associated Press, to appeal for help by President Joe Biden and French President Emmanuel Macron. See if there's any updates on that lately. The latest is they rejected the offer. Ukraine refuses to surrender. Ukraine refuses to surrender Mariupol as Russia warns humanitarian catastrophe. Ukraine on Monday rejected Russian calls to surrender the city port of Mariupol. It's Monday there now. 4:13 in the morning, almost 4:20 in the morning in Ukraine. where residents are besieged with little food, water, and fierce fighting shows little signs of easing. There we go. Now the words are big on the screen. There can be no question of any surrender laying down of arms. The Ukrainitska Pravda news portal cited Ukraine's Deputy Prime Minister Irina Vereshchuk saying early Monday morning. Read more. No question of surrendering Mariupol. There can be no question of any surrender laying down of arms. We have already informed the Russian side of this. On Sunday, Russia demanded Ukrainian forces lay down their arms in the besieged eastern port city. Again, here's another look at Mariupol on the war map. Here's a look at it. The last city left down there in the southeast. The last city left. Continue on. We also need to cover the missile strike in Kyiv. So we have two things happening. The two biggest things that are going on right now, I mean, beyond the general scope of the war, the two dire situations, I would say, if you haven't been up to date lately with us or been tuned in, would definitely be Mariupol, right? The last city left down here. Crisis mode. They're not going to lay down. They're not going to surrender, and Russia's going to do what they've been firebombing the city, bombing it, hitting it with those MLRS vacuum bombs, been hitting it with thermobaric. No, that's the same thing. Thermobaric are vacuum bombs, but hypersonic missiles, daily bombardments. And then the other big news was Kyiv was hit in the Podol district a few hours ago. So those are the two biggest things that we're going over. Let's check out the video from Kyiv. Check out the Kyiv Independent. I'm sure they'll have all the videos from when Kyiv was hit earlier. 4 hours ago. All right, here it is. Here's a picture after the explosion in Kyiv. Again, Kyiv is the capital city of Ukraine. Right here. Here, let's pull it up on this map. There's Kyiv. Here's Ukraine. So, right there. Capital city. Four hours ago. Here's video. There's no sound. In the last few days, strikes have been reaching the capital city like this. Not at this time of night, though. It's been in the mornings, but it happened at 10:46 p.m. I also moved up. I'm going to not be at the bottom of the screen so I don't block subtitles or anything anymore. There we go. So this was the explosion in Kyiv. Probably I'd guess the hypersonic ones as well that have made it through the air defense systems. One more time. The blast actually moved the camera up for the view. It was pointing down. So this was at 10:46 p.m. It's now 4:18 a.m. Russia demands, so we covered the Mariupol. Let's see what else we got here. Any updates on Kyiv yet? Several Russian planes fly through Sumi deep into Ukraine 1 hour ago. It was the Kyiv Retroville shopping mall. Retroville. Is this the Podol district? Podilsky, yeah, here it is, Retroville Mall. Let's see what it looks like. The parking lot, the camera, let's see. And drop. There it is. How do we get over to it? No. Fantastic job, Andrew. Appreciate all you do. Thank you so much for that, Murray. Thank you, thank you. The mall is in there. I'm trying to find a way better view than this. I need to go in the parking lot. There we are. Oh, wow. Another mall. Yeah, this isn't the mall that you guys are thinking of. This isn't the one in the Maidan Square. This is a different mall. Look at that one. Oh, man. Modern. Look at that mall. September of 2021. This picture was taken in 2021 of the mall. That camera, what? That camera would have been over here, right? In the parking lot? Maybe back further. Wow, look at the mall. Very modern. Very modern mall. Inside the mall. They have a whole bunch of spots. So this is what was hit in Kyiv. Is Maidan Center still intact? Yes. That's what was hit in this video. I'm sure you guys stick around on the stream. We'll see daytime photos soon. In an hour or two. Start seeing aftermath photos of what it looks like now. Especially since it's in Kyiv. They have internet there. There will be lots of posts. We can get a damage assessment and see how much of the mall was. That's a very large blast. That was a very large explosion. That's a significant amount of the mall. At least half of it. Yeah. So this is happened in Kyiv at 10:46 p.m. It's now a little 2 minutes past 4:20. 6 hours ago. So we'll be definitely getting updates during this stream about that. And here's what it looked like before. I'm wondering where that camera has to be in further back in the parking lot. It's like off to the side. I'm trying to find it. Maybe it's over here. No, this is inside. Oh, that looks familiar. That sidewalk looks familiar, right? Oh, I wonder if it's okay. That looks exactly like the sidewalk in the security camera, right? Yep. Found it. So it's the cameras from over here. Let me see. Oops. Gotta be on like the apartment building, but it's definitely pointed at this sidewalk, on the brick sidewalk right here, and then it points up. Maybe it's even further to the left. It is a nice area, very nice area. Look at the brick side. We got brick sidewalks like that. Definitely in that, maybe further down the sidewalk. It's close, like it's a lot closer. It's got to be that way then. Yeah, man, they got snow on the ground here, but maybe even here. It's a little closer here. Oh wow. Oh wow. It's like right here. The camera. I don't know where it is. But like there's the corner of the building. It's looking down at the sidewalk here. Like right in between. Maybe this thing has a camera on it. Now this picture was taken May of last year. It's definitely up closer. Yeah. All right. See there's another video that had just been posted. Full video of the recovery efforts, the recovery efforts after a missile strike in Kyiv. So here's a video of the recovery efforts going on. Лежало 6 баклажанів до РПГ. Ми його привалили до... So there's rescue attempts, people under the rubble. One more time this is the mall. Let's try to do, if you're just tuning in. This was at 10:46 p.m. We will see more video as the morning comes and daytime views of the damage assessment. What am I doing? So this is the mall. Retroville Mall in Kyiv. At 10:46 p.m. last night. Gotta be like over, it's gotta be like around the corner. It's like inside this build, it's like inside the building in the window. There's no street view, but it's like around, it's around the corner. And then here's the cleanup, or the aftermath and the first responders. Лежало 6 баклажанів до РПГ. Ми його привалили до... No, that's not the mall with the dome. And they help someone that's stuck under the rubble. So we'll be seeing more from that as the morning comes around from the strike in Kyiv. We still need to wait for more on Mariupol. Yes, that was a strike in Kyiv at 10:46 p.m. last night. John says, so this was incoming. Russian artillery hit a shopping center in Podol, 3 kilometers from the center of Kyiv. The war is getting closer. That's at least, what's this now? More video. Oh, is it combined? There's another small video in between there. Still waiting for more. Let's go check out this video. Ukrainian flag on a Russian embassy in London. So we're waiting to hear more from that missile strike in Kyiv, and we're waiting to hear more on the situation in Mariupol.
Russian embassy in London. Russian embassy in London.
Oh. This was at 12. This was posted at 12:34 p.m. My brain's trying to understand this. Okay, this was at noon our time, so this would have been about 7:34 p.m. then. 7:34 p.m. on Sunday in Ukraine. Keep in mind Keep in mind the time frames. It's 4:30 p.m. Excuse me. It's 4:30 a.m. now. So this was yesterday, last night at about 7:34 p.m. Some of their air defense systems in use. This is in Kyiv. You can see the golden temple in the bottom left. Lots of activity overnight in Kyiv. Lots. You can see the air defense being the tracer rounds. Massive explosion. What's this video? Set off on our camera. So this was... Here's some more video, like from a distance, from the missile strike on the mall in Kyiv. Just keep in mind, they do have live feeds all night long and from a distance now. So here was the missile strike now on this camera. I might need to move myself to this side now. Nope. I wonder if I'll play it, and if you can't see it, I'll move myself. Or actually, let's just hide my camera real fast. Here's a video from a distance from AFP from the missile strike. I'll come back on in a second so you guys can see it. time. One more time. This was in. This is in Kyiv. So there it was on the camera. To the right side of your screen. To the right side. Get another angle. More audio from Kyiv could be the previous tweets. This is from the strike in Kyiv overnight. What time does it happen in this? Oh, it's like a 2-minute video. Here's the trim. Oh, so that's just this is just a trimmed version of that. There's about 20-second delay from when you heard the blast, though, from when we saw the flash. About a 20-second delay. Comment where you guys are tuning in from. Welcome to Mercado Media Productions. I'm Andrew Mercado. Thank you again for joining us tonight. We're going to be live all night long. We're catching up. We're waiting for news on Mariupol, the lone city that remains in the southeast. Russia gave demands to lay down and put your weapons down and basically give it up to Russia, and Ukraine said no. How you doing, B-Wicked? How we doing, everybody? Hello from Cobb Hill. Michigan's tuned in. Thank you so much. Welcome. Windsor, Ontario, Canada. Welcome. Kentucky's tuned in. Hello, Earth. Hi, Gina. Wisconsin, Dan. How you doing? Hey, Paul. Brentwater, Michigan. It won't let you like. It won't let you like. Sierra Vista. How you doing? Michigan is tuned in. Lake Wales, Florida. The Billy Goat Farm. Hello from Ohio. St. Paul, Minnesota. All right. It's another view. Another security cam video. Shout out to our Discord server. Another 2-minute video. Oh, there it was. That's a big... Did you guys see that up top? Hello from Norway. How you doing, Norway? Are these live feeds up? One more time. Let's go back. There. At the top of the screen right here. Let me block this. You guys can see. There we go. At the top. Top left. Big explosion last night. Yeah, it did. This is in Kyiv. In the Podol district. All right. Still waiting on the latest from Mariupol as well. We can type in Mariupol and see if there is any latest with Mariupol. Fresh. Well, the latest is still Russia demands Mariupol lay down arms and Ukraine says no. Ukraine says no. This is the same article now getting reposted at Axios. Ukrainian officials have refused the Russian military's demands to lay down their arms in Mariupol in exchange for safe passage of civilians out of the besieged southeastern port city on Monday morning. Hours after Ukrainian officials reported Russia's military bombing a Mariupol art school sheltering some 400 civilians, Russian Colonel General Mikhail Mintsintsev said in a statement his forces would open 2 corridors out of Mariupol to the east and to the west. He gave Kyiv until 5 a.m. Moscow time to respond to his demands for Ukrainian forces to lay down their arms. A terrible humanitarian catastrophe has developed, he said. All who lay down their arms are guaranteed safe passage out of Mariupol. What they're saying, Ukraine's Deputy Prime Minister Irina Vereshchuk told the Ukrainska Pravda news website, there can be no talk of any surrenders, laying down of arms. We already have informed the Russian side about this. I wrote, instead of wasting time on 8 pages of letters, just open a corridor. There can be no talk of any surrender. I read that. The big picture. The art school attack was the second time in a week that Russian forces had targeted a building sheltering civilians in Mariupol after the bombing of a theater where hundreds of Ukrainians had sought refuge. 10 million people have now been either displaced within Ukraine or fled abroad since the invasion began on February 14th. The 24th? I think they got that mixed up. So, Mariupol is not, Ukraine is not gonna lay down arms and give in to the demands of Russia. Russian Navy commander killed in Mariupol fighting. That was at 9:09 p.m. Hold on. Oh, thank you. The White House said that while President Biden is traveling to Europe to discuss the Russian invasion of Ukraine, he currently has no plans to meet with Ukrainian President Zelensky in the capital of Kyiv, unlike the leaders of Poland, Slovenia, and Czechia, who did last week. No new video. All right. While we're waiting for news, I thought we could further our information about this war. I have some pins saved. Just some videos that we're going to watch. This is a really good video I found about, did NATO really betray Russia? We're going to save that. We have a 1420 video that just came out as well. Speak the Truths video. While we're waiting for Mariupol and Kyiv updates. What do Russians think about Z? The letter that Russia's rallying behind. Where I saved another one in here. Is this live stream any good?
RCN is becoming Astound Broadband.
This is the 69 News hot mic live stream. We'll see if it's up and running right now. Oh, it is. Is it? No. Are they in Lviv? I think this is Lviv. So that CNN camera is up. This feed on the 69 News channel. So we have that one too. They're hard to find now, guys. Live feeds are not easy to find anymore. YouTube's just running old streams now. Most channels are just garbage. Not most. Oh yeah, most are. There's only like 2 or 3 now that you can really, or maybe 4. Captured Russian BMP-1 BRM-1K. Also, let's see what we got here from the sun. Got our live cam. What camera is this? Oh, we have this one. Sophia Square. Sophia Square feed. Oh, that's from Newton. Can this one be trusted though? That was daytime. I just want to see how time progressed here. Ooh. $320. This feed might be good. This is in Kyiv right here. Unsure about audio. Where did it get that picture from? Oh, the lights are blinking back there, and this. I'm just gonna make sure that this isn't like a still image. That's the hard part about this time of night. I'll keep it for now. We'll keep it for now. Yeah, but it's no, the sun's not out. The other one you posted is better. We have 2 now. Two feeds now. Yeah, I need to add you. Yeah, the Freedom Square feed is not. Shout out to our Discord server. We have an amazing Discord server. Waiting for updates on Kyiv, on Mariupol. Really nothing latest in the news. We watched that a couple times already now. It is morning time, but it's still dark. Good evening, Char. How you doing? Good evening, good evening. Right there. Live stream event says 4 cameras. Sometimes they have an old one running though. Gotta be careful with the live stream events. I remember when this war started, we had live feeds nonstop. We had live feeds to watch all the time. It's getting slim pickings now, you guys. It really is. You just noticed what too? Yeah, there's like a glitch on Facebook, everyone. An Android glitch. If you have an Android phone, it's not letting you guys like or respond to comments. We've made Facebook aware. There was like one night where it was better. There was one night, but then it went right back. Oh, good. This is the one that caught the no audio though, huh? The Cranphonics channel. No audio with it yet. The audio you're hearing is from Lviv. All right. Let's watch a Speak the Truth video quick. While we're waiting for more. Again, like the video if you guys haven't. Speak the Truth on YouTube. Like his video. Give him a view. This is Rob. He's a sniper. Veteran, U.S. Army veteran. Does a great job giving his analysis and his thoughts on the military aspect of this conflict. All right, let's tune in. Can you guys even hear that? No. Why is it not? My sound is. Like, why? Alright, I know. I fixed it. How about now?
How are you guys doing? And welcome over here to the channel. If you guys are new, please do me a favor and hit that subscribe button. And while you're at it, go ahead and hit that notification, a little bell, so you guys get notified every single time a video goes live. So I'm going to tell you guys right now, over here in Kyiv, we're going to start over here. So this is my map. If you guys are new, red is Russian, blue is Ukrainian. Fairly obvious. Blue with the triangles is going to be heavily fortified defensive positions for the Ukrainians, depending on where it's at. You guys can see quite a few over here. Pryluki is one of the main areas. Kyiv, and then just north we have Chernihiv, Mena, and that's pretty much it. And then Sumi. So that's what's on this map. This is my own map I have. Now this black line you guys see, that is one of the routes that comes into the city on the northeastern side. This is one of the main routes for supplies. Now there hasn't been a lot going on the northeastern side of Kyiv over the last 12 hours. Now on the northwestern side over here, there's been quite a bit of movement. And when it comes to that, there's been a pretty big, it's been a pretty big ambush that happened. I'd actually have a video footage of it, of the aftermath, but the Ukrainian forces actually ambushed Russians once again that have taken out a significant amount of their equipment and supplies, and they actually captured a transport truck that was completely full of ammo.
Цілий КАМАЗ РСів, заряди до граду.
Wow.
So this is actually a really big deal. This is, so we always talk about big Russian losses that they've taken over the last week or so. They've taken quite a bit. And that does happen at a time of war. Now, a lot of people, for some reason, think that I'm like pro-Ukraine or I'm pushing Western propaganda, which is not true. I'm not. I'm not pushing any type of narrative here. I'm just giving you guys the facts. Facts don't care about your feelings, okay? That's the God-honest truth. If whatever side you're on, if they're losing, that's just because they're incompetent and they don't know what they're doing. So do not get mad at me if your side that you're trying to choose is losing this war. So with that being said, we're going to move on to here. So Russian, the 331st Brigade, the Guards Airborne Regiment of the 98th Guard Airborne Division, has claimed to have been almost completely wiped out near Kyiv. Now, this isn't just coming from the sources that I have. This is actually coming from Russian sources. So this is coming straight from the Russians. So calm down in the comment section. I know you're freaking out now because some other YouTuber didn't tell you that this happened. Maybe they didn't find it. I don't know. The unit consisted of around 2,000 airborne soldiers along with over 200 armored fighting vehicles. This is pretty big. The commander of the 331st, Colonel Sergei Sukrev, as well as the deputy commander, Major Sergei Krylov, was actually confirmed KIA on March 17th on the outer areas of Kyiv. Russian media has now confirmed that the 331st Guards is no longer a thing and have some video proof of what is left for you guys right here.
БМД-3 раз, БМД-3 2, БМД-3 3,
Let me know if that audio is better. Let me know if that's better.
БХ-4, БХ-5, БХ-6, о, БХ-7, БХ-7. Вище Мотолига раз, Мотолига 2, Мішка 1, БТР командно-штабний і БМП-2. БМП-2 і ще одна БМДшка. БМД-8, 2 мотолиги, 1 танк.
So there's currently only one survivor, and he was severely wounded, and he was an airborne soldier who is currently under Ukrainian medical care, as well as 100 captured Russian airborne POWs. So the Russians have actually been looking, they've actually started using these. Exact matter of fact, I've got the first confirmed one right now, a Tornado S Balut guided missile in Kyiv. So you guys are seeing these images right now. As you can see from these photos, it's a pretty advanced rocket. It actually has a guided munition in it. So it takes off, it does this thing, munitions come out, and then they hit their guided target. So it's actually fairly expensive and fairly complex. They've started using these things inside of Kyiv. They're bringing in more munitions. This is one of the things I was talking about the other day. Are the Russians even trying out the gate? I said this actually multiple times. Are they using these men as cannon fodder? Have they even brought in their real stuff? No one really knows. I don't think that to be the case. I really don't. I think they're just lack knowledge. And actually, when it comes to on-the-ground battle tactics, they don't really know exactly what they're doing. They're having to learn right now. And yes, as they're doing this over the last 3 weeks, they've gotten probably a little bit better, and that's why they're regrouping to make another assault on these areas. They've learned a lot.
Every single time that we've seen them, and I mean, their tactics are terrible. Their convoys are terrible. They're bunched up all the time. They leave their vehicles behind. If their vehicle breaks down, they'll just leave it. So
the Ukrainian forces, are not, they haven't been one to mess with this entire time. And the Russians have now realized that. It's kind of funny though. I was talking about seeing comments and stuff. I have this one I was going to read you guys. So I keep seeing these ones come through. So for some reason, people just get super salty. If you're one of those people, I am so sad. I feel bad for you. I feel very bad for you. He says, I think my map is very accurate. Okay, well, it could be. Who knows? I don't think it is. You don't say where I get my sources from. I don't tell you because I really don't feel the need to be honest with you. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, there's so many sources I get these things from. I'm literally pulling it from roughly 15 to 20-ish, and I'm not going to list them all out. I mean, if you don't trust me, then get off this channel because I promise you I have no reason to push any Western propaganda. I don't feel a need to on this thing.
He's getting trolls now. He's getting trolls. Yeah. The troll fight, it continues.
The lies. I keep seeing a bunch of these come through. I know a lot of people saying Russian bots and whatever. I actually think they're people, but maybe they just don't. They're just not as, I don't know. Maybe they're just not educated on the situation.
He's giving them the benefit of the doubt. Oh, Rob. He's giving them the benefit.
Or maybe they're so hard-headed they don't want to see into it.
He's getting the trolls.
So they think that I'm incorrect. So I'm going to do a little bit of knowledge for you, right in through your little head right there, the thick skull of yours. So that flooded river I've been talking about, the one just north of Irpin. So I actually have an image from 1 week ago we got from satellite imagery. You guys see the water and the pooling around there? Yes. That started to come about a week ago. Now the second one you're about to see, oh my gosh, look at that. There's even more water 1 week later. You know what's kind of crazy about this? This is satellite imagery. And yes, I got this from one of my multiple 15 to 20 sources. But yes, as you can tell, satellite imagery does not lie. I guess they could be Photoshop, but you can go pull this up yourself. So there is that. And right now, the flooded area is just now approaching Horenka, which is just outside of Bucha. See, I got those names right, too. I do read the comments. Bucha. Got it. Gotcha. Facts don't care about your feelings. You guys do know, especially even more so in a time of war. And if your country is the one that's getting its teeth kicked in, my apologies. I'm not here to help either side. I'm just here to spit some facts and some truth. That's all we do over here. I don't have an agenda to push. And a lot of people do know that. We're just going to move on. There hasn't been a lot going on in Kyiv. Now we're going to go to Kharkiv. There's been a lot going on in this area. We have updated the map just a little bit.
Is calling out the facts of the war now being the Russian propaganda and the people that consume it, are they getting sensitive to that? I'm starting to get that too in the chat a little bit more every night. Why aren't you're not covering it fairly, equally from both sides? It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? The Russia's invading, full-on invasion. There is no two sides. There's Russia's invading and killing civilians and innocents, and Ukraine's defending itself.
But the Russians in the side of this area have given up just a little bit of ground. They've actually pulled their forces back. There hasn't been because of fighting. It's been in the fact that they've actually literally been reconsolidating their men on the northern side of Kharkiv. So they have pushed back a little bit. And they are actually staging right here, as we know, just over here in Belgorod. We've said this multiple times. This is a staging area inside of Russia where they push their troops down. They rotate them in and out of Kharkiv to keep them stress-free, I guess you would say, or just get them recharged and refit to go back into battle. Now, I'm telling you guys this for a reason. I don't think the Russians are going to be going after Kharkiv as of right now, and neither do the Ukrainians. So the Ukrainian General Staff has actually stated that Russian forces in Kharkiv area intend to bypass the city and go west to advance on Poltava. So that's what this red line is. So this is one of the areas where I'm telling you they've regrouped and taken out of this northeastern side of Kharkiv and moved their men back out to then push them through and actually bypass Kharkiv. Right now, Kharkiv is not the strategic area or strategic, I guess, city inside of this area. One of the main areas is actually down here in Izium. Izium is a big one, and Severin and Donetsk, which is a lot of fighting going down there right now. And the reason why I say this is if they can get through those two cities, then they can push on to Dnipro. So if they can get through there, then they don't really need Kharkiv to be, well, Kharkiv will actually be completely 100% surrounded at that point if they can actually do that. And that is why I believe they're actually pulling those forces up to the northern side of Kharkiv to then push them out and do another assault on the town of Poltava. And this is another reason why we've been talking about those routes on the other. So, we'll flip back over here. These routes I'm talking about over here in Sumi. And that's another reason why I could see them wanting to secure these routes. They need to get in Sumi. They take control of Sumi. They control these routes. And that's why they're pushing those men to the northwest side of Kharkiv. So there's also been elements in the same area right here. Literally, I'm just going to give a circle right there. So that area right there where I've told you guys men are staging. Right now, the elements of the 1st GTA, which actually is not the video game, but 1st Guards Tank Army and the 6th CAA Combined Arms Army have been spotted moving into the Russian defensive lines inside of this area. So they're actually moving some men in from Belgorod. And Ukraine has actually reported, so Chechen down here has actually been heavily fortified. As you guys can see, I've actually annotated this now. And the Russians have actually pushed some of their men back just a tad bit. Now they've actually sustained a little bit of losses. So the Ukrainians have actually reported that they destroyed 30% of the 252nd Rifle Division, which is just an infantry division, in fighting around Kharkiv and Izium. So we know, so the north side is controlled by the Russians, and the south side right here is controlled by the Ukrainians. It still is that same way. There's been heavy fighting inside of those areas. We know that they've actually pushed in, as the Ukrainians, that is, they pushed in 2 battalions with the air assault and airborne troops into this area to actually push out the Russian forces. Now over here near Severe and Donetsk, this northern side, Rubizine. So right now, that northern city is actually controlled by Russian forces. And as we are making this video, Russians are actually pushing men right now. They're doing assaulting element through the northern side and the northwestern side, on this backside, trying to go into Severe and Donetsk. Now, this is going to be one of their main areas they're going to go after over the next couple days to weeks. This area right here is pretty crucial. This has been one of the areas that they've been, well, it's been heavily contested for the last 8 years. Now, the Russians are going to be pushing more of their men here for one reason, and it has a lot to do with Mariupol and moving more western. And I do believe up in Kharkiv, I will say this, the current situation around Kharkiv is pointing to the Ukrainians actually holding off Kharkiv for the foreseeable future. It does not appear that the Russians really have a desire to take the city like they have down in Mariupol. Mariupol, I have some really in-depth maps we're going to talk about here in a second. I also believe that it is beyond the current...
Yeah, he talks fast.
Actually means to do so. And the fact they're spread so thin inside of this area, and I've realized they actually need to secure those routes in the northeast side of the country is why they're actually pulling them in out of Kharkiv. If you look down here, I'm just going to kind of like square it off. So this area down here is extremely important to the Russians down on the most eastern side. Kharkiv is kind of, I'm going to say, no man's land. Now,
he's talking about this area on the map. I'll pause. How about that? I'll pause and slow it down when he goes fast. It's over here. So he's over in this region right now. All right. Kharkiv, the Donbass, the Far East region that Russia holds. So he's talking about this spot right now. Speak the truth on YouTube.
Now over in Sumi, which is one of the main areas they actually need, it's up just northwest of Kharkiv, which is just right here. So this is another one of the big areas they need to take because they have a staging ground right here, the Russians do, up just north of Sumi. That's where one of the supply routes actually brings in all the supplies to go east. So I think they're going to be pushing more of their men over here to try to take this area because they've learned that they spread themselves so thin over the last 3 weeks that they don't have the force to actually take over some of these Ukrainian areas that they thought they would. So I know a lot of people think that the Ukrainians are winning this war, which they might be right now. I'm not saying that the Russians could really rethink, refit, and regroup and then push through a lot of these areas and overpower the Ukrainian forces. That is something that could possibly happen. I'm just telling you guys right now, if you're on the Ukrainian side of things, that is something I could see actually happening in some of these areas like Sumi and Pryluki and Konotop and Mena, all these areas through there. I do believe they could do that if they just started regrouping and start readjusting their fires and their men to actually push through these areas. But down here in this square area, the eastern side of the country, the Ukrainians cannot afford to be dislodged from this AO, area of operations. And I will say this, is not out of the question for the Russian forces to actually overpower them in this area either. I do believe that can be a thing, but I believe Severe and Donetsk right here, I think the Russians are going to take their heavy casualties going through this city, but I also believe they have a larger force than the Ukrainians on this eastern side of the country, so I do believe it is possible. You guys got to remember, so Mariupol has been kind of a thorn in the side of the Russians. They've had to put a lot of resources down into that city. So a lot of people don't realize this. If they take that city, they're going to be able to readjust those forces and start pushing them north. And that's going to be a huge factor later on in this conflict. I don't think this conflict's even close to being ended just because of the fact that Mariupol right now, there's been a pocket that's actually been pushed through. So we're going to go down to Mariupol. I have a more in-depth map I'm showing you guys as of right here.
I know. Let's see right before we watch this part and see if there's been an update on Mariupol so we can get the latest. Oh no. Ammonia leak at Kimprom and Sumi. Affected area is 2.5 kilometers. The direction of the wind to this village. Emergency crews are working. There is no threat to Sumi at the moment. Is that what this is about? Ammonia leak is a result of Russian shelling. Uh-oh. What is that? The head of the Sumi Regional Military Administration announced on Facebook, according to the official, the leak occurred at 4:30 a.m. Like a half hour ago, 40 minutes ago. The radius of the affected area is about 5 kilometers. Ammonia is lighter than air, so shelter, alright. If Russia puts out anything like, we don't know what they're talking about. Let's listen to what this article says about ammonia.
According to the official, the leak occurred on March 21st at 4:30. The radius of the affected area is about 5 kilometers. Zivitsky reminded that ammonia is a colorless gas with a sharp suffocating odor, while soluble in water, explosive and toxic. Ammonia is lighter than air, so shelters, basements, and lower floors should be used for protection.
Oh my goodness.
In case of ammonia release, it is necessary to leave the infected area perpendicular to the wind direction. If it is not possible to get out of the infected area, it is necessary to hide in a shelter, basement, or stay in apartments or houses, pre-sealing windows, doors, ventilation, preferably a cloth soaked in citric acid or a weak solution of vinegar or water. In the apartment, house, it is desirable to go to the bathroom and turn on the shower for fine spraying. Water absorbs ammonia from the air. Ventilation should not be turned on, as it draws out clean air and draws in contaminated air. If you smell ammonia, you should breathe through a damp gauze bandage. It is desirable to moisten with a 5% solution of acetic or citric acid.
This isn't good.
In case of ammonia poisoning,
Where was this? At this plant, Sumi Kimprom plant. At 4:30 in the morning. There's an ammonia leak after Russian shelling. Yeah, right here, Pat Sumi Kimprom. What do you got ammonia buildings for? Is this the building? I need to understand the dangers of ammonia further, though. Danger of ammonia spill. Ammonia leaks since I don't want to watch, like, I just need to know what it does. How is oh my goodness, harmful. Here we go.
Ammonia is a chemical that is made by humans and is naturally found in the environment. It is comprised of 1 part nitrogen and 3 parts hydrogen. In the natural environment, ammonia is important to plants, animals, and humans as a source of nitrogen and may be found in water, soil, and air.
Where's the bad part
Much
of
of
it,
the
though?
naturally occurring ammonia in the environment comes from the breakdown of manure, dead plants, and animals. A large amount of ammonia produced by humans is used as fertilizer. It is also used to manufacture synthetic fibers, plastics, explosives, and a number of cleaning products also contain ammonia in the form of ammonium ions. When ammonia is found at levels that may cause concern, it was likely produced either directly or indirectly by humans. If a person is exposed to ammonia, many factors can determine whether they will be harmed. These include the dose, duration, and how they came into contact with the chemical. Ammonia does have a strong odor that is irritating and that people can smell. Even low levels of ammonia may harm people with asthma and other sensitive individuals. Ammonia is a corrosive substance, and the main toxic effects are usually restricted to the sites of direct contact, such as skin, eyes, respiratory tract, mouth, and digestive tract. At very high concentrations, it can be fatal. Indoors, people may be exposed to ammonia while using household products that contain the chemical. Products may include ammonia cleaning solutions, window cleaners, floor waxes, and smelling salts. Agricultural work or poultry may be exposed to ammonia from decaying manure.
Wow.
Workers involved in manufacturing processes that make, use, or transport ammonia could also be at risk of exposure. These are just a few things to know about ammonia and human health concerns. To learn more about this or other health and safety, environmental, or indoor.
Okay. Well, that's not good. Ammonia leak in Sumi. Ammonia leak at the Kimprom in Sumi. Affected area is about 2.5 kilometers. The direction of the wind to the Novo Silesia village. Emergency crews are working. Is this going to be the Russian false flag? Look at Ukraine is gassing their people. They're waiting for that moment. They're still waiting for that. We've had that intelligence for weeks now. This is the Pat Sumi Kimprom ammonia plant. Ammonia leak reported at chemicals plant Ukraine. From Reuters, there's an ammonia leak with chemicals. Why is that? There's an ammonia leak at a chemicals plant in the northeastern Ukrainian city of Sumi, besieged by Russian troops. Savitsky did not say what had caused the leak. He said the area within a 5-kilometer radius around the plant was hazardous. That's not good. That's not good. War in Ukraine. Oh my goodness. Russia-Ukraine war live updates. Biden to travel. There it is. Ammonia leak reported at a chemical plant in Sumi. Ammonia leak at chemicals plant in Sumi. Leak reported at 4:30 local time. So we're waiting for more on that. Let's go back to Speak the Truth's video. Ammonia plant was hit in Sumi.
So you can see my arrows coming through. So you guys can see here, 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 and here. So there's some arrows of Russian forces have actually pushed through. And they're actually making the offensive on Mariupol as we speak. Now they have pushed through here on the southeastern side of the country. You guys are, southeastern side of the city, I should say. So that line right there is of the Russians. And it's actually mainly just Chechen forces that have pushed through. The siege of Mariupol itself, though, has been a mix of standard Russian practices towards seizing an urban area and tactics learned from operations in Syria targeting the civilian population to coerce them into surrendering, which they have been doing. The route that's leading out of there, they're not allowing them to leave. They're not allowing food and supplies to get in. So they're physically forcing. They're actually forcing the civilian population to just give up and go, like, just say, okay, you won. They have no means of survival inside of the city. They've completely shut them off from the outside force. And right now, they're being shelled right now. I don't know if you guys know this. I don't know if anybody's talking about this. From the sea just south of Mariupol, they're actually shelling the city as of 4 hours ago. And as you guys can see right here, this force that's pushed through here, those are Chechens. So those Chechens actually pushed through, and they're inside of this area right here. This is, I'm going to go put a C so you guys see. So those Chechen forces right there that are in the center part of the city, they now control the government buildings, which I actually have some video proof of this, you guys, right now.
To'g'on voqir bo'yicha Alloh tsel Allohu akbar.
Delora ohar tank oppozati majorit das dalmola.
These are the Chechens that are fighting on the side of Russia.
So with me actually saying that,
And
Ukraine.
then here's more. I have another video clip from that. It's a Russian propaganda video, and these are so obviously propaganda. But this is a Russian video, and it's Chechen forces engaging an apartment building and then saving the people from it as if they're saving them. So they're literally, well, you'll see. It's just I don't even know who falls for this type of shit, for real. But this is Russian propaganda video from the Chechen forces. So Chechens are being used. The Chechen forces are being used by Ukraine and Russia. These are the Chechens that are being used by Russia. So they engage that building and then they take the people out of it as if they're saving them. And that's what they're doing with their propaganda over here. Is the only way out is into Russia, and then you sacrifice your passport, you get a piece of paper, you lose your cell phone, and they're taking civilians from Mariupol and sprinkling them in random cities in Russia or little villages in Russia. So they can't share information about what's happening in Mariupol. They're being taken to camps and other places and villages.
Ukrainian forces still have been able to hold the key defensive positions inside of the city and been able to actually conduct counteroffensive attacks on Russian convoys trying to enter the city, as you guys can see inside of this video.
За даними полонених, 0. Це спецназ, який здійснює зачистку. Я вам там показував, як зачистили, насрали лише. Військова частина, номера. О, військова частина 43 734.
So there's been a lot of house-to-house fighting, urban warfare down in Mariupol itself. But right now, I'm going to go ahead and circle some areas. So you have this one right here, and then you have this area right there. So those 3 areas are pretty crucial right now for the Ukrainian forces. I hope that they can close out, if you're on the Ukrainian side of things, they need to close out this gap right here. If they can find a way to close out that gap, they're not going to be able to push, the Russians that is, aren't going to be able to push through on this eastern side. The main issue is down here near the sea. Now they have freedom of movement clearly to get in because that's where the Chechens have actually pushed through. So they're actually within the city. Now, I don't know how many forces are going to be able to push through because Ukrainians are probably going to really heavily fortify that side and bring more men on that side of the city. I don't know. I think there's going to be a lot of casualties taken for both sides over the next 24 to 48 hours with fighting inside of the city. And just north of it, the Russians have actually said that they've taken Stary Kryum, which is just right here. So they've actually cleared out some more white space, and they do control that area just northwest of the city. And the fall of Mariupol is actually inevitable as of right now, as I'm looking at this, just due to the fact that if the Ukrainian military does not mount a serious counteroffensive in the area, the closest Ukrainian forces I've found roughly about 90 to 120 kilometers away, and that this fall of the city will happen. It's just something I didn't see happening before they brought in these Chechen fighters. The Chechens actually, they've done a ton of fighting like this. They're really key when it comes to urban warfare, and that's why they pushed them into this part of the city. That's where they're able to push through. Now, I will say this, over the next, I'm going to say week, they're going to take significant losses when it comes to men, vehicles, and just supplies in general, trying to take Mariupol, which may pause their efforts throughout the rest of the country. They're focused on this. If they could take this, that is the Russians. If they could take Mariupol, then they're going to be able to push those men north and take out other cities. Because right now they're spread so thin in certain areas, especially in the west, and especially up in the northeast side over Kharkiv. That's why they had to pull those men out. Now you guys get a complete picture of what's actually going on in the country. Mariupol is extremely crucial, and the inevitable is going to happen, and Ukraine will lose that city if they do not do a counter-offensive attack. So we're going to move west. Not a lot's happened through this area. I think a lot of the forces that have been doing these probing attacks through here, that have been pushing north, they haven't really been successful. I also don't know if they're really doing it to actually push their forces ahead, or if they're just doing to find out weak points in the defensive positions of the Ukrainian security force. And that's probably what the case is. I think a lot of the men are a little bit more south than Mariupol, worried on that situation. We're going to move a little bit west. So here we know that they actually still control this area. There's the Ukrainian forces. That's going to be a big deal leading up later on in this conflict, mainly because I think they're going to be able to fortify that city that's down there and make it a little bit more difficult for Russians to push through. Mykolaiv, no change, but there's been change right here, just outside of it. So yesterday, the Russians were actually pushed all the way over to Nova Odessa. So in the last 48 hours, the Russians have been pushed all the way back from Voznesensk right there. So there's that Ukrainian power plant right there. They've pushed them all the way back to here and then all the way back here. That's a significant push over the last 2 days. It's mainly due to the fact that the Russians don't have the logistics and men to actually hold the ground there. But that is a big deal. That is something to keep an eye on, because if they keep pushing them back in this area, then they're going to have to shift some of those men down in Mariupol. Instead of shifting them north, they're going to have to shift them west. This was the spearhead element that we're talking about. That one was 100% completely wiped out and is non-existent as of right now. So the Russian element right now is sitting like this over in the western side of the country. But hey, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I hope you guys learned something new about the Ukrainian conflict. I will see you guys tomorrow with another episode. I do love you guys. I'm out.
All right, Speak the Truth on YouTube. Shout out to Zabby on YouTube. Also, Zabby's in our Discord server for the audio feed. We're going to use Zabby's feed for audio. Awesome work. See you in the Discord. Go subscribe to Zabby's YouTube channel if you haven't. They got 17.3 thousand subs. Daytime's approaching. It's getting lighter in this camera. AFP, I don't know what's going on with this one. Sus. Yeah, I don't know. This one's old. This one's done. It definitely should look like this one in the top left now. The blue sky. So we do have audio from Kyiv. So then this is Lviv CNN right here. All right. Let's check the latest. Governor of Sumi Telegram post. Translate this. Oops. Oh, I gotta do a refresh before we translate. There we go. May 21st, 2022. What does it look like? Oh, I gotta zoom in. There we go. Sumi Kimprom ammonia leak. The affected area is about 5 kilometers radius. Who's this coming from? The governor of Sumi. Straight from the governor. Again, Sumi's up here. But they even got, look at the new icon. New icon on the radar with the gas mask. Here's Sumi. From the governor. Monument. Actions of the population in case of a threat or occurrence of an emergency situation with the release of ammonia. Ammonia is a colorless gas with a sharp, suffocating smell, well soluble in water, explosive, toxic. Ammonia is lighter than air, so shelters, basements, and lower floors of houses must be used for protection. Rules of conduct and conditions of emission. Outpouring of ammonia. It is necessary to leave the infected area perpendicular to the wind direction. If it is not possible to leave the area of infection, it is necessary to hide in shelters, basements, apartments, houses, pre-sealing windows, doors, ventilation, preferably with a cloth moistened with citric acid or a weak solution of vinegar or water. In the apartment house, it is advisable to go to the bathroom and turn on the shower for shallow spraying. Water absorbs ammonia from air. Do not turn on ventilation, removes clean air and tightens polluted. If you hear the smell of ammonia, that doesn't make. If you hear the smell of ammonia, all right. Breathe through a moistened gauze bandage. It is advisable to moisten with the 5% solution of acetic or citric acid. That threw me off for a second. I was like, wait, ammonia has noise? Wait, that one threw me all the way off. I was on a roll until we got to this one. First aid for ammonia poisoning. Bring the affected to fresh air. Give it warm milk with baking soda. Wear a cotton gauze bandage moistened with water, preferably a 5% solution of acetic or citric acid. When caught in the eyes, rinse with water or wipe with petroleum jelly or olive oil. With skin lesions, rinse with clean water, make a lock of a 5% solution of acetic or citric acid. This is from the governor. The cause of the leak has yet to be determined, but some sources are stating that it may be a result of a Russian shelling in the area, although this remains unconfirmed. Ukrainian regional authorities have stated that they have detected an ammonia leak at a plant in the town of Kimprom in the Sumi region. The affected area is reported to be within a 5-kilometer zone, and citizens within the zone are beginning to be evacuated. Hey, let's take a moment and like the video if you guys haven't. Like the video, share the stream on Facebook, on YouTube, comment where you guys are tuning in from. I'm Andrew Mercado from Mercado Media Productions. Welcome. I'm an independent journalist, U.S. Army veteran. I served from 2012 to 2020. And now I just do independent journalism. Viewer-funded stream. Viewer-supported, viewer-funded, no sponsor. No corporate interest. It's just me. Me and my laptop, my TV, my computer setup, and you guys. Shout out to our mod team that keeps the chat fresh. Keeps the chat non-toxic. We got Little Falls, Minnesota tuned in. Thank you so much. We got who do we have? Where is that? Minoka, Wisconsin. Okay. San Diego, California. Grayling, Michigan. Dawsonville, Georgia. Hibbing, Minnesota. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Love the studio. Thank you. Western Massachusetts. Thank you, thank you. The goal is 1,000 every night. You guys are at 772 on YouTube. 772 out of 1,000. Everybody close the chat and like the video. Also on YouTube, make sure you have the chat option set to live chat. Okay? Live chat. There's top chat, and then there's live chat. You guys need to set it to live so you guys don't miss any comments. We got SoCal in the chat. Staten Island, New York. Tacoma, Washington. Thank you so much, Free Zone. We also have a new member on YouTube. Thank you, Zabby. Welcome to Bite Size. Zabby became a member of the channel. Grand Rapids, Massachusetts. Houston. Welcome. Good to see you. Please like. Oh, yes. You guys are getting there. 8:41 now. Also subscribe so you guys don't miss the stream. Here, let's do a check-in real quick. Sometimes I have to put it up on the screen. This is who you're tuned into. Here we go. This is the channel you guys are tuned into. Mercado Media Productions, in case this is being restreamed. Come subscribe to the source. Hit the bell right here. Definitely make sure you hit the bell. Set it to all. And then Facebook. !notify in the chat. If you type in !notify, you'll never miss a stream. Pull up Facebook. Facebook skirt. Huntsville, Alabama. It's good to see you. Pacific Northwest represent. So we're waiting on more news from Kyiv. Waiting on more news from Mariupol, who was given a 5 a.m. deadline to get up out of there. Russia said they had till 5 a.m. to abide by their demands. And Ukraine said no. Michelle, thank you so much. Here's the Facebook page. We're about 8,000 away from that 100K, y'all. It would really help if you guys would share the stream and like. Share the stream, like the stream, follow the page if you're tuned in on Facebook. Shout out to our Facebook audience. 8,000 away from 100K. We're getting there. All right. Let's go back. Dial back in. If not, we'll watch a video. If there's nothing new out yet, we'll watch videos. Okay, here's more video coming out from Kyiv. Again, if you are just tuning in now, the retro, what was it called? The Podol District. Let's get it on the screen. Caps lock. News. 1 killed in enemy shelling so far. 1 confirmed killed. So we're getting 1 confirmed dead in the... Let's get the video. Massive shelling. Let's just go to the Kyiv Independent. So this happened at the Retroville shopping mall in Kyiv overnight at about 10:46 p.m. It's currently 5:38 a.m. in Kyiv. So this happened last night. If you missed this. Very large explosion. Retroville Mall. I'll give you guys a look at what that looks like. Been watching you in Ukraine update since day 2 of it. Thanks so much for your time. Thank you for All for Life. So this was the Retroville Mall last night in central Kyiv, right in the heart of the city. That's like 3 out of the last 4 days now. A strike has hit central Kyiv. 3 out of the last 4 days. Well, not even. It's been every day in a row because it's been usually happening in the mornings in Kyiv now. It's been usually happening in the mornings, but this was overnight. Retroville Mall. Oh, we're inside. So here's the Retroville Mall. Multiplex, and very modern mall. Nicer than some of the malls here. Nicer than some of the malls I've seen in. Looks like it looks like an experience at that mall. You go there, you get an experience. Very large mall. Retroville Mall. More video.
Мені здається, відео не передає.
Likely we'll have more video in a few hours.
Це Київ. Це мирний Київ.
What was that? Hold on. Is that like a secondary explosion that went off? The heck was that?
Мені здається, відео не передає масштаби цього жахіття. І це Київ. Це мирний Київ.
What the hell? Were they hit again? Hold on. That was like that wasn't, look at it. Hold on. What? Let me hide my camera real quick. I'll be back, but look at where I was on the camera real fast. What was that? That was gas, you think? The video ends at that point. Just a secondary explosion from the, like a gas explosion. This is the mall, yes. It comes out of the ground, it looks like. Hit again, top right. Look right here. Look right here. This is the mall. So just if you're just joining, this was in Kyiv last night about 10:46 p.m. This is the Retroville Mall. Here it is from the CCTV footage. Okay, it was hit. (10:46 p.m.) Okay, now we're getting more video because this is how this works. Is clips and video come out after, or hour, maybe an hour, half hour after. Here's another video.
Київ.
Can I do the thing here with this one? No. Yeah, it definitely looked like it came right out of the ground. Yeah. See the fireball? I'm circling it the best I can. I can't do on Twitter. I can't do the frame by frame. Hey, thank you, Believa. I can do it like this, kind of, with the mouse. Yeah, I came from the ground. That clip ends. I wonder if there'll be another clip from like that's just why post a clip like that? Oh dear. Okay. More pictures are coming out. Destroyed shopping mall. Retroville Mall in Kyiv. More pictures are coming out. But still, that whoever was around that blast definitely got, you know, that there wasn't a secondary airstrike, but that was a big explosion, and there were people all around that. That's the parking lot. So this, look at it. Was that the H&M flag right here? This is the parking lot. No, is that the El Dorado sign? No. Oh, maybe it's the multiplex sign. That might be the multiplex sign right there. The building in the distance looks different. It might be on a different side of the building in the video. Excuse me, in the picture. It's hard to tell. We're definitely in a parking lot though. Here it is from last night's strikes in Kyiv from one of the live streams. Look in the top left. I'm going to hide the scroll really quick so you guys can see it. Top left, up here. It was a KFC. Whoa, you can see it from the sky for a second. I thought I'd seen it. Look at you can see it. I'm gonna try to stop when I see it. Right there. You can see it coming down from the sky. There's the start of it. Right here. Yep, you can. Right here. Circling the hell out of it. Up here. Then it's gone. Alright. Last night in Kyiv, more video coming out now. More video. Likely aftershock videos. Yep.
Блядь, добрый вечер, нахуй, блядь, пизда, нахуй, сука, ебучий случай, блядь. Сука, так въебало.
Likely these are somebody's apartment.
Нахуй, тут окно выбило.
Probably an apartment close by that got aftershock.
Блядь, все, пиздец, все стекла повыбивало, блядь. Ебать колотить, блядь. Пиздец, нахуй, все окна выбило, ебеням. Фу, блядь, пизда рулю, блядь. Повезло, сука, что, блядь, просто не убило, нахуй.
Glass all over there. Look at their shit.
Добрый вечер.
Oh my, it's right there.
Фу, блядь, повезло, блядь.
You can see the... Hold on, I'll pause.
Пизда нахуй там горит, сука, я ебаться не хотел.
One more time. You can see the mall is like right there.
Вечер нахуй, блядь.
You can see the fire back there.
Пизда нахуй, сука, ебучий случай, блядь.
Oh, look, I'm just like.
Сука, так въебало.
Yeah, I could. They're very lucky. The whole.
Ну, выбило, блядь. Все, пиздец, все стекла повыбивало, блядь. Ебать колотить, блядь. Пиздец, нахуй. Все окна выбило. Ебеням. Фу, блядь, пизда рулю, блядь. Повезло, сука, что, блядь, просто не убило, нахуй. Ебать копать, блядь. Добрый вечер.
Oh no, those aren't car lights. It's fire out there.
Повезло, блядь. Сидел тут, сука, за столом, блядь. Пизда нахуй там горит, сука. Я ебаться не хотел.
What remains? So we have three things now. Three major updates. We have the missile strike in Sumi on the Retroville Mall overnight at about 10:46 p.m. The Retroville Mall in Kyiv was hit. This mall. Very modern, very new, like in the heart of Kyiv. Here it is from a distance a little better. Retroville. There's the sign. Here it is. It's in the Podolsky district. This map's easier. Right here. Right where the red marker is. Keep in mind all of the live feeds that you've been watching. All the live feeds you've been watching. Where is it? There we go. Why are the icons aren't loading? Here's the Maidan Square. Right? Maidan Square, Freedom Square. Retroville Mall. Where the strike was. The other update, major update, is Sumi, which is in eastern Ukraine, reports an ammonia leak at the Sumi Kimprom chemical plant as clashes continue in the area. The affected area is 5 kilometers wide and is classed as a dangerous due to the leak. Sumi's over here. And then the third update is Mariupol, the southeastern port city that is still not is still holding Russia back. Still holding. They were given until 5 a.m. to leave and obey the demands of Russia, and they did not. All right. Well, we're waiting for more updates on those three, I suppose. Hold on. Keep going. You guys remember this? Remember the false flag? Who's been tuned in? Who's been tuned into the stream since day one? Remember the warnings of the false flag? That Russia was gonna blame, saying that Ukraine did it. And nationalists are planning a chemical attack in Ukraine. This is news on the 19th of March. Who was here? Can't say I made it up. I didn't lie. I'm not making this news up. We watched it when it was broke. And I said specifically, all right, guys, we're going to need to track this. this very well could be that. We still need to wait and learn more. But this was on the 19th this was put out. Nationalists have placed mines and ammonia and chlorine storage facilities at the Sumi Kimprom chemical plant in Sumi in order to poison the Sumi region residents in case Russian troops enter the city, he said. Well, this is that. It's like anybody that isn't at the intelligence level in governments that are like watching this, because there's got to be like people that get paid like big money to do exactly what we're doing, right? But they do it on like for NATO or for some government. And this was like screaming. This was like screaming to us on the 19th. There is concerns of a false flag chemical attack in the near future. Okay. Here it is. Governor of Sumi in eastern Ukraine reports an ammonia leak. The affected area is 5 kilometers wide and is classed as dangerous. So here's the size of the leak. The ammonia leak. Oh. Coincidentally, on Saturday, March 19th, Russia's TASS news agency, quoting Russia's National Defense Management Agency, claimed Ukrainian nationalists were planning to blow up the ammonia storage tanks at this exact chemical plant. Russian Defense Ministry claims that Ukrainian forces have planted mines in chemical plant in Sumi so as to poison residents. Look at when this tweet was posted. If the Russian military enters the city, Ukrainian neo-Nazis are preparing provocations with the use of chemical substances to accuse Russia, the Ministry of Defense said. This is straight from a Russian propaganda page. So they projected this on the 19th, and it's now... When was the one from days ago? Update 20 minutes ago. What's the news? Hold on. Do we have the article from days ago? I stand you. From March 10th. When's the... March 11th, Russia might use chemical weapons in Ukraine in a, quote, false flag attack to provide a retrospective justification for its invasion, but there is nothing to suggest a broader use of such weapons. You think that chemical weapons could be used? Oh, God. It says a plant in Discord. Thank you. I need to get coffee. You have the article from the 14th. Where are you at in the Discord? Join. Are you in the? Which channel are you in? So there's been reports for like weeks now about a chemical attack, and there is an ammonia leak in Sumi right now, 5 kilometers wide. This is the direction that it's moving. The wind direction over Sumi Kimprom plant where the ammonia leak currently occurs blows in a south-southeast direction with the city of Novo Lislitsia. Oh my goodness. This thing's gonna be terrible now. Novo Silesia. At this time, they registered between -2 and -3 degrees Celsius. So the wind is blowing this way. To the south, to the southeast. You sound tired. Hope you get some rest. Oh, we had softball practice today, so I'm more physically exhausted today, which is fine. I'll be able to sleep. Mentally, I'm awake, though. Security line at Minneapolis, St. Paul. It is now 6 a.m. The sun has risen on the 26th day of the invasion in the capital city of Kyiv. It's been more than 3 weeks. Ukraine continues to fight and live on. Glory to Ukraine. What is this now? Video of the Black Sea's Orks project. Landing ship offloading equipment in Berdyansk. Oh, wow. Oh, that's the amphibious landing they did. So the ship is here at Berdyansk offloading equipment, and keep in mind they're trying to take Mariupol. This is what's left. The Russian forces are all around it. They have this entire southeastern region. They have the whole southeastern region.
Морского флота «Орск» — первый боевой корабль Российской Федерации, зашедший в порт Бердянска. И зашел он сюда не просто так, а по своему прямому назначению. Доставил технику. БДК «Орск» — первый российский корабль, вошедший в порт Бердянска. Задача у десантного корабля привычная — доставка военной техники. А вот способ разгрузки весьма необычный. С помощью портовых кранов. Впрочем, конструктивные особенности кораблей проекта 1171 позволяют и это. Всего же в операции участвуют 10 больших десантных кораблей. Корабли этого проекта весьма вместительные, могут взять на борт большое количество техники. До 20 танков или до 40 БТРов. Большой десантный корабль Черноморского...
So, offloading equipment in Berdyansk. Chronicle 25 days of the heroic confrontation. What is this? Oh, Shaska. The occupiers keep shelling peaceful settlements, but on February 24th, the Russians lost their offensive. Oh, it's a compilation video. Compilation video. More video from... Okay, this is from Kharkiv after a Russian shelling. So this is from the city of Kharkiv, which is also to the east. here. Video from Kharkiv.
Закрывай такой замок. Ебать, вот сок, это же пизда. Мы полетели туда. Смотри, дверь аккуратно, технично поставил. Бараш. Бля, нихуя. Бля, дядя, посмотри, какой здесь пизда. Зеркало целое. Шторы нахуй нет. Вот штора, это ебать, она меня и укрыла, да? Мониторы целые?
Вау.
Вот это я вот так зашел. Ебать. Закрывай такой замок. Ебать, вот сок, это же пизда. Мы полетели туда. Смотри, дверь аккуратно, технично поставил. Бараш. Бля, нихуя. Бля, дядя, посмотри, какой здесь пизда. Зеркало целое. Шторы нахуй нет. Вот штора, это ебать, она меня и укрыла, да? Мониторы целые?
So, aftermath of shelling in Kharkiv. Video of a Russian Ka-52 and an Mi-29N helicopter operating over Popasna. Where's that? Over Luhansk. So patrolling over this area. Russian video. All right. More pictures again from the destroyed shopping mall in Kyiv. I know, watermarks all over it. Destroyed shopping mall in Kyiv. The CNN on here. This is the CNN camera in Lviv. The hot mic camera. Still waiting to hear more. Here's video of the rescue efforts earlier from the strike in Kyiv.
Лежало 6 баклажанів до РПГ. На його привалило.
they saved somebody that was stuck under the rubble. All clear the whole region, the Volyn Oblast, the Kirovrad Oblast, Ravine. Seen that. Looking for more picture. Video of the Russian strike on the mall. Alright. Well, like the video if you guys haven't. Make sure you've shared the stream out. Make sure you're following the page. Make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel. You're watching Andy Mercado from Mercado Media Productions. We are live. March 20th. It's 11:10 p.m. 11:10 p.m. Let's listen to this video first. A new 1420 video about what do Russians think about Z, that letter on the trucks that we keep seeing. So this is from a YouTube channel in Russia, and they go and interview Russians and he's asking them questions in cryptic ways or in ways that they can answer, and we can hear the Russians' perspective. Here we go. 1420 on YouTube.
Что думаете про символ Z?
Ой, вот про это что-то я ничего не могу сказать, если честно.
Не слышали про него?
Ну, слышала, но вообще в это не вдавалась.
Ну да, слышала, конечно.
Что думаете вообще об этом?
Ничего хорошего.
Слышали про символ Z?
Да.
Что вообще про это думаете?
С одной стороны, правильные действия, с другой стороны, много проблем из-за этого. Экономические, моральные.
Про символ Z ничего не слышал, просто висит везде. Видимо, к спецоперации. Да, это относится все.
Здорово?
Что-то из алгебры, может быть, кто знает.
Да. Z ось, может, какая-то? ZX. Да. X.
Слышали про символ Z?
Символ Z? Я максимально отстранен от этого всего, честно. Я не читаю новости, я не смотрю новостные каналы, мне это не интересно. Я вне политики.
Ну, символика вообще не мое. И символика это такое, ну, типа, то, что сейчас делается, слишком это пропагандистически, не знаю, как это так назвать, ну, типа, слишком сильно. И, ну, это уже как-то болезненно выглядит, на самом деле, на фоне всего, что происходит.
Вообще, что про это знаете?
Честно, вообще даже
я сам начал замечать, где-то на машинах, на девятках стали расклеивать.
Ну да. А что значит? Честно, даже не читал, не узнавал.
Да. Один из символов поехавшей бронетехники на территорию Украины для проведения спецоперации.
Поддерживаете вы эту тему как таковую?
Отношусь нейтрально, потому что у каждого свое мнение, и мнение выдавать на публику не очень хорошо.
Я не понимаю, как эта символика стала... Ну, она носит значение типа...
Yeah, they're scared against the government, 100%.
Но при том это просто символы, которыми обозначают технику разных регионов. В общем, я не очень вижу вот эту связь, и люди этого тоже не понимают.
На машинах, на простых.
Это разве вопрос о любви?
Да, это как-то с любовью не особо связано. Я думаю, что мы точно не можем разговаривать сейчас на эту тему. Совершенно никак.
О боже, я так не хочу все эти темы.
Вы хоть что-нибудь слышали о нем?
Да, у нас на маршрутках эти знаки. Я
Да?
понятия не имею, что это, да.
Никто, да, не понимает?
Около понимаю.
Слышали про символ Z?
Да.
Вот, кстати, я сам впервые сегодня услышал про него.
Я тоже как бы очень неуверенно к нему отношусь, потому что и вот и Z есть, и там V тоже с георгиевскими ниточками тоже такой не вызывает доверия.
Я понял, символ Z, который символ нынешней спецоперации,
мы не знаем.
да?
Я очень не люблю этот символ, потому что у меня ассоциируется с какими-то другими символами.
Зорро?
Да, можно и так сказать. Я стараюсь избегать автобусы, такси и все остальное, на которых расположено этот символ. Мне не нравится, я прям против него. Это...
Внутреннее, да, такое?
Да, внутренняя какая-то неприязнь к этому символу.
Я думаю, что это...
Из криминального чтива что-то?
Если честно, мне кажется, сейчас мое мнение полярное. Иногда мне кажется, что это просто бред. Иногда мне кажется, что это какая-то очень умелая идентика нашего нового свободного государства.
Видел. Где-то видел. Допустим, еду на машине в потоке, где-то встречаются истории, но не углублялся.
Про символ Z слышали когда-нибудь?
Да.
А что это такое?
Remember, that's the
Потому что это
eastern. What
странное
is the Z
решение.
again?
Не знаю, очень агрессивная символика.
The Z is on the military vehicles in Russia. The letter Z in a square represents the Southern Military District. The letter Z represents Eastern Military District. Units in the Eastern Military District, but they've made it into a symbol. And a lot of the Z on the vehicles, we've seen it are cannon fodder. They're the worst units, but they're rallying their people around some of their worst units. Here we go. There we go.
А в чем агрессия?
Ну, мне кажется, это
Белыми
для
лентами?
миротворческой операции очень странный такой агрессивный символ, острый какой-то, с не самым приятным историческим подтекстом.
All right. Let's check the latest now. We have the CNN live feed.
Да, потому что он является лидером самого могущественного, так скажем, страны в мире. Короче.
Four people were killed in Kyiv's Podilsky district as a result of a fire caused by Russian gunfire. It says the main department of the state emergency in Kyiv. Another person was injured. This feeds in Lviv. Alright, the other video I'd like to watch here too is from Alternate History Hub. And he does a very good job of animated history. Putin seems to have some idea that NATO betrayed a poor Russia and has now left him no choice but to invade a smaller nation. Is he justified? Of course not. But where did he get this idea? Where did this idea in the Russian mindset come from? So we're gonna watch this. It's gonna give you a little history lesson. Alternate History Hub on YouTube.
Many might be wondering, how did it come to this? How, even after the USSR fell, did Russia go down such a different path than NATO? Was there ever perhaps some possibility that these two rivals after the end of the Cold War would have came together in peace? Because apparently Putin seems to think so, or at least he says so. His current track record with the truth isn't the best, by the way.
You really think someone would do that?
Putin says Russia wanted to join NATO, but NATO didn't let them. Is there truth to this?
What do you mean?
The answer to why Russia didn't join NATO is a story about a former superpower rebuilding itself from the ground up. How Russia, or at least the Duma and Putin, viewed their status in regards to the West. So first, the question we're all asking. When it comes to this whole situation, who's to blame for this? It's Putin. 100%, this was all Putin. Even if NATO had done some bad things, even if Russia had some fair points about their expansion, even if NATO took over Ukraine, like Putin says, you still can't invade others. Like, it was bad when the US did it in Iraq. It's even worse when Putin does it now.
How we got here.
1991, the fall of the USSR. Russia is weak and wants assurance from the US and NATO that they wouldn't spread east of Germany. Eastern Europe could be like a neutral ground, and the United States informally agreed. Or, well, George H.W. Bush agreed. Verbally.
Bar. We can't show any weakness in front of the Russians.
This was never an actual written agreement. It was just an understanding. Oh, also I was lying. This agreement wasn't made with Russia after the fall of the USSR, but before, with Gorbachev. The importance of this agreement really depends on who you ask. For avid Russian supporters, this was a legitimate, sometimes legal agreement that NATO promised and then broke. For NATO, their promise not to move east was an informal verbal agreement that doesn't matter. Throughout the last century, there have been multiple discussions between NATO and the Russians over their relationship with NATO. The first one, at least of note, was in 1990, where the United States agreed not to move east into East Germany after the fall of the Berlin Wall. The USSR, though weakened, was still a prominent power, and NATO verbally agreed that they would never move in to Germany. And then the Soviets collapsed. Now, when talking about how important these promises were to the Soviets, we will never really know. Even Gorbachev flip-flops on how important these assurances actually were. What's more interesting is the constant mention of the CSCE. Never heard of it? It's because it never really panned out like it was truly planned. Whether or not any of this was true or just bluster, this talk of a united umbrella was seen as a viable possibility in the early 90s, before the
CSCE. Hold on. CSCE. The Budapest document towards a genuine partnership. OSCE. Towards a genuine partnership in a new era. The Budapest Summit Declaration. Wow. Budapest Summit marks change from CSE to OSCE. Wild.
Or not any of this was true or just bluster, this talk of a united umbrella was seen as a viable possibility in the early 90s, before the USSR even fell. This is what Gorbachev and the Russians heard. Russia, at least if the Soviets fell, would be joining a united Europe. And then Clinton was elected. It's 1992, baby. The Soviets are dead. Bush, despite overseeing the fall of the Soviet Union and bombing Saddam's forces back into Iraq, still promised to not raise taxes.
Read my lips.
And then he raised taxes. So he was voted out. NATO was seen as a relic of an age that no longer existed. It was an active discussion in the 90s what the fate of NATO should even be. It was a stringently anti-communist alliance that no longer had a communism to fight, and yet NATO stayed. Now, let me take out this big ol' button.
This does not justify Russia's actions against their neighbors.
I should iterate that the Russians are not simply victims in this. For Central Europe, nations like Poland, Hungary, Romania, and even other nations like the Baltic states were living under Soviet control for decades. As soon as the Warsaw Pact fell, there was a real homegrown movement to join NATO, or at least get some protection from the West in case anything happened again. Would anything happen again? Who knows? The West didn't know, the Russians didn't know, and this was kind of the basis of Clinton sort of keeping NATO around. We're into 1993.
Let's go.
Russia is slowly...
Let's go, 1993, the best year. Year I was born.
Rebuilding, with a few hiccups along the way. Clinton comes to Boris Yeltsin with a proposal, a partnership for peace. All of Europe now coming together. Nobody would need to expand NATO if we all were just in this partnership together. And then Clinton drops the bombshell on Yeltsin. This whole partnership for peace was not an alternative to the expansion of NATO. It was a preparation for it.
I need to like study this time period more. You know, I was born in the 90s. Maybe it's about that time. Dig into the 90s. Like, I don't know anything about this. I was a child. I was born. So I don't really know the geopolitical situation with Russia back then. But it looks like a mess, and it looks like Clinton and Bush completely screwed it. Definitely need to do some history lessons on my own time. Maybe I can do that.
To which Yeltsin replied, "Why? NATO was created in Cold War times. Today, it's trying to find its place in Europe, not without difficulty. It's important that this search not create new divisions, but promote European unity. We believe that the plans of expanding NATO are contrary to this logic. Why sow the seeds of distrust? After all, we're no longer adversaries. We are partners. Yet the plans continued. Poland, Hungary, and Czechia soon joined NATO. Yet this wasn't the breaking point in relations. Russia still remained a part of the NATO cooperation sphere. There was an optimistic view that the kinks in this whole thing were slowly being worked out. Now, keep in mind, this whole time, NATO is entirely justified in what they're doing. They're technically not doing anything wrong. But from the Russian mindset, going from a communist superpower to a mafia state, where this man is their leader, well, they felt nothing but shame. That fear and paranoia only began to grow, and it became manifested when this guy came to power. But even with Putin in office, and him winning the presidency through some zany means, Russia was still somewhat friendly with the US, yet that was going to change. In 2004, NATO, under Bush's push, brought in 7 new nations. Now, once again, if these nations wanted to join NATO, that's fine. But after a decade of this, Russia became paranoid that NATO was simply out to get them. And then Bush welcomes in these nations as escaping an evil empire.
The door to NATO will remain open until the whole of Europe is united in freedom and in peace.
God, like, I was a child. I did not give a shit about the world at this point. 2004, I would have been 11 years old. Yeah. Man, do we need to go back? And I need to go back. And this whole, like, from the 90s, early 90s into this. It all started going downhill, huh?
You can even go back to articles in 2004 where people say Russia is going.
While Russia has resigned itself to NATO's expansion, albeit grudgingly, the reality of NATO forces being deployed on the Baltics on short notice has deeply unsettled and angered its politicians and commanders, prompting some of the sharpest criticism of the alliance since its war against Serbia in 1999. Russia's lower house of parliament overwhelmingly adopted a resolution on Wednesday denouncing NATO's expansion generally and the deployment of the F-16 specifically. Echoing warnings in Russia's new military doctrine set forth last fall, this is in 2004, the resolution called on President Vladimir V. Putin to reconsider Russia's international agreements with NATO and its own defense strategies, including its nuclear posture. Few expect a new Cold War to erupt in Europe, but NATO's expansion has further chilled a not very warm peace, especially between Russia and the Baltic states.
Going to change their foreign policy.
Oh, dang it.
Where people say Russia is going to change their foreign policy.
In Moscow on Friday, Mr. Putin, meeting with Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder of Germany, played down NATO's expansion, though he warned that Russia would closely monitor the deployment of NATO forces. So even back then, Putin himself played down the expansion?
2004, where people say Russia is going to change their foreign policy, the Russian Duma began freaking out, and the first man they ran to was a violent Putin. Georgia was invaded 4 years later.
Here's this button. This does not justify actions against their neighbors. Like, I've had to say that a few times.
Keep in mind, when I say Russians, I don't mean all Russians. I mean the Russian government, which should usually be clear, but I just know some of you are going to try to use that as a gotcha. One question may be on your mind. After the Cold War, why didn't the Russians just join NATO if they were so afraid of it? General opposition to the West, for one. Russia, even while the USSR was collapsing, didn't want to view this as a defeat. They wanted to view this as a new age. Then it turns out only their institutions fell. But there's also another reason why Russia didn't join. NATO is not simply an alliance, it's a structured machine. When a nation joins NATO, it is not simply changing to the blue team. The way its military is organized becomes based around being able to work within that machine. A country joining NATO is a process that takes years. This isn't a process that simply happens. For one, a nation joining NATO has to be unanimously accepted by everyone. And it also has to be voted on by that nation's population. As an example, Hungary in 1997 voted 85% in favor of joining. Would the Russian people ever have accepted to join an organization that they believed was an arm of the American empire?
No.
The rule of geopolitics is the closer you are to a superpower, the more they mingle and try to control your nation. And that's what Russia really views a lot of their neighbors as, just pawns on a board for which they, as the stronger nation, have the right to control. Their goals in Europe simply drive others away from them. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. NATO expansion closer to Russia only made them more paranoid and isolated. However, if NATO didn't expand, who's to say what countries like Estonia might find themselves in right now?
It's like two things are true at the same time, right? Two truths. A lot of people can't deal with the two truths. Two truths are uncomfortable.
It's clear Putin has some fantasy about rebuilding the Russian Empire, or at least the influence of the USSR. This video is not about two equally bad camps. NATO's greatest sin, at least in this regard, is leaving its doors wide open. It's been said that Americans should imagine what it'd be like if Canada fell to Chinese influence. Complaining that your geopolitical rival lied about letting your former allies into their compass club doesn't make you look like a victim. Nobody would feel sorry for the United States if China took Canada. They would laugh. Oh wait, actually we don't need a hypothetical. The same situation happened with the US too, with Cuba. And we know how the US would react when a neighbor turns to the enemy.
Dude, this dude's so based. I can't even handle it. This dude's just getting it. He clearly, this is his opinion now. He gave us the history lesson. We can just play it out, but we're in opinion mode. He put it on he actually put it on the screen too, and said this is a YouTube channel with an opinion. So 100% he's preaching right now. He's spitting. The history lesson part's over. There it is. A history YouTube channel voicing an opinion. So we're in the he's spitting an opinion part, but it's definitely, it's making sense to what we're seeing now for sure. All right, definitely. So we'll continue on. This is his opinion. I want to make that clear. History lesson ended at this point. Now he's given how he feels about it, but I happen to agree.
The rule of geopolitics is the closer you are to a superpower, the more they mingle and try to control your nation. And that's what Russia really views a lot of their neighbors as, just pawns on a board for which they, as the stronger nation, have the right to control. Their goals in Europe simply drive others away from them. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. NATO expansion closer to Russia only made them more paranoid and isolated. However, if NATO didn't expand, who's to say what countries like Estonia might find themselves in right now? It's clear Putin has some fantasy about rebuilding the Russian Empire, or at least the influence of the USSR. This video is not about two equally bad camps. NATO's greatest sin, at least in this regard, is leaving its doors wide open. It's been said that Americans should imagine what it'd be like if Canada fell to Chinese influence. Complaining that your geopolitical rival lied about letting your former allies into their compass club doesn't make you look like a victim. Nobody would feel sorry for the United States if China took Canada. They would laugh. Oh wait, actually we don't need a hypothetical. The same situation happened with the US too, with Cuba. And we know how the US would react when a neighbor turns to the enemy's side. Keep them sanctioned for decades, which, here's a little tip, is a bad thing to do too. Whataboutism is used a lot by pro-Putin supporters, bringing up every transgression the US has ever done. And it's true the United States...
Slow down, dude. He's just like rapid fire, just getting it right now. Just, yes, two truths. He's doing it. He's breaching the... He's in the zone right now. He's in the two truth zones. He's giving you both truths, both sides, but he's navigating it. All right, it went back a little bit. Now let's play.
Happened with the US too, with Cuba. And we know how the US would react when a neighbor turns to the enemy's side. keep them sanctioned for decades, which, here's a little tip, is a bad thing to do too. Whataboutism is used a lot by pro-Putin supporters, bringing up every transgression the US has ever done. And it's true the United States has done a lot of bad things. Iraq, for instance, that was bad. It's funny it's being used as an equivalent because people in the West at the time protested the war without disappearing. The closest the US had to censoring opposition to the Iraq war was when the country industry killed off the Dixie Chick's career. Can Russians today say the same thing? Or are they not even allowed to call this a war but a military operation?
Dude, he's just like on it. Like, again, he's in it. Like, he's just everything we've been saying. This, whose channel? Alternate History Hub. Just killing it right now. 100%. Alright, let's keep going. I went back to the Iraq part now.
That was bad. It's funny it's being used as an equivalent because people in the West at the time protested the war without disappearing.
Were there a lot of like, I was, okay. Whoever was around at that time at an adult age, were there a lot of protests against the Iraq war? I was, no, I already said I was like 10, 11 years old, so. 10, 11 years old, and my parents at the time, well, they still do, I think, just had Fox News on 24/7, so it was just constant, you know, beating that war drum. America, Toby Keith. You know what I mean? That's what was going on in our house. A lot of Toby Keith. There was a lot of protests. Okay, they didn't, you know, Fox News didn't show that shit, so I didn't know. I didn't even know. See, I need to go back through the whole, from the 90s, like I think the early 90s, maybe even 91, and then relearn history. Relearn from the beginning of the 90s through the early 2000s and see all this shit. There were tons of protests, okay. Unanimous in the chat, got it.
And it's true the United States has done a lot of bad things. Iraq, for instance, that was bad. It's funny it's being used as an equivalent because people in the West at the time protested the war without disappearing. The closest the US had to censoring opposition to the Iraq war was when the country industry killed off the Dixie Chick's career. Can Russians today say the same thing? Or are they not even allowed to call this a war but a military operation? That said, we should be asking some questions to ourselves. Did NATO still need to exist after the Soviets fell? Did NATO existing push Russia towards a nationalistic paranoia in its reforming years that undermined the same liberal democracy that the West was trying to plant within the country? Was NATO obligated to give Russian interests the time of day? Do geopolitics even work like that? For my personal opinion, I believe that the Russians had far different expectations for what a post-Soviet world would look like. The Russians believed, in part because of those 1990 talks involving East Germany, that with the end of the Warsaw Pact, NATO wouldn't expand. That instead, there would be some coalition in Europe where Russia has special privileges. While to the Americans, they took the fall of the USSR as a victory. Their promise—
Cool, I win. I don't know. You guys agree with his analysis on how Russia's feeling? Could be true. I don't know if I agree with his analysis there on Russia's feelings at the time. He's kind of saying like Russia would be hopeful that the CSCE from 1994 would be like, I don't know. I don't think so. I feel like they've always wanted to be the Soviet Union. You agree? It's an interesting take there. Again, he's not shying away. He's saying that this is his opinion at this point. Let's go back some so we get it.
The time of day. Do geopolitics even work like that? For my personal opinion, I believe that the Russians had far different expectations for what a post-Soviet world would look like. The Russians believed, in part because of those 1990 talks involving East Germany.
Did they really? So we'd have to like ask Russians like how invested they were in this. Like, did this really change the? Did this really, you know, give them that hope that that alternate history is saying, like the Russian people are like a democracy. Definitely be interesting to look into how true this part is of how much Russians were invested in this deal here.
That with the end of the Warsaw Pact, NATO wouldn't expand. That instead there would be some coalition in Europe where Russia has special privileges. While to the Americans, they took the fall of the USSR as a victory. Their promises to the Soviets were when the Warsaw Pact still existed. With the collapse, the Americans now oversaw a Central and Eastern Europe that was eager to join in the economic prosperity of the West. It was a complicated act balancing these nations while also trying to not exclude the Russians. A Europe that Russia claimed it wanted to be in. Yet Russia only became more and more isolated. While much of this discussion is around NATO, this is simply one element.
So we dangled our Western companies, all the businesses to all the dude. So there's definite games played. United States and NATO definitely aren't 100% innocent in this. But again, go back to what's his red alert button. This doesn't justify. Where is it? 100%. They were playing. There you go. Put that on the screen. All right.
Wanting to join the European Union.
That McDonald's. We hear it all the time. McDonald's is the biggest thing in Russia, like bigger than in the United States. The Russian youth are like devastated that they don't have McDonald's. It's been a running meme on our channel of how devastated they are about not having McDonald's.
Western institutions, or at least institutions that don't serve their interests. If Putin wasn't blaming NATO, the problem would be something else. Like, I don't know, the whole thing that started this in the first place. Like Ukrainians wanting to join the European Union. Putin's Russia really has been their own worst enemy for a while, as every hostile action, every threat, every influence, every corrupt politician has only made their former allies turn against them. It's always good to try to see from all perspectives, yet not all perspectives are equal. Sometimes the perspective is simply that another nation was a mistake to exist. Sometimes it's that the collapse of the USSR was the most catastrophic event of the 20th century. Even if there was a kernel of truth to the idea that NATO misled the Russians, it does not justify their actions. Should Putin really be talking about how misleading is bad? Kind of seems like that was their strategy for the last few months. NATO is not a perfect organization. However, if the nations of Europe want to join this club, it should always be their right. Russia expected the continent to remain a neutral ground for their own interests, even after their pact collapsed. And when that didn't happen, they claimed no fair. You do not start wars over verbal agreements that happened before most of your troops were even born. We cannot forget that this all is coming down to a real war within a split nation. A war that, while true has been raging for 8 years, only began because the Russian side didn't have their guy in charge anymore. One that escalated into an invasion of an independent nation, which regardless of the justification, only justifies the fears of Russia's enemies.
Wow, thanks for giving me this win.
So, yeah, congrats Putin. You were the monster that proved NATO was right to build up. While this alliance didn't know what it was going to be in the mid-90s, it sure does know now. You didn't want to be a part of Europe, and now you get your wish.
Damn. That was good. Well, it's Alternate History Hub on YouTube. I'll put the link in our Discord. Definitely worth a like and a sub. 100% there. I'll put this in the Ukraine War channel on our Discord so you guys can watch and then go support that channel if you enjoyed that. That was good. He's had similar takes at the end after the history lesson part that I've had. Definitely interesting takes too. But I would need to go back into the history of like from the early 90s into 2000s. I really only started caring or thinking I cared about politics in like 2015, 2014. And now I can't stand it. Enough. Alright, let's get the latest. That was a good video. Chernihiv educator rescued 30 children from an orphanage. Natalia Petolskaya lived with them in a basement for almost a month, and then she managed to take them from Ivano-Frankivsk. At the same time, there were officially no humanitarian corridors from Chernihiv. John Sweeney, we can check. It's still a little early, y'all. It's only 11:49. I was like 1 minute late today. I was like right on time. Probably surprised the hell out of the whole chat. So it's not even midnight yet here. I know we've been live for nearly 3 hours already, but we can check. He posted about the fires. Okay, I haven't listened to his night one. We listened to his daytime diary. So here's John Sweeney from last night, because again, it is now 6:45 in the morning. Again, John Sweeney on Twitter. He used to be a BBC reporter. Now he's independent. He's in Kyiv. He does daily and nightly diaries. All right.
A series of pretty big bangs. You just heard one now. I can't tell whether they're incoming or outgoing. These are the loudest bangs I've heard in the city centre. They're the loudest bangs I've heard in the city centre since the start of the war. One of my pals, Emil Gesson, who's former Royal Marine, said it's very, very difficult in cities because of the concrete, because of the echo, to work out what's happening. I can't feel this through my boots, so I'm hoping it's outgoing. But having said that, boom, boom. So I don't know whether it's outgoing or incoming. I think it's outgoing, but these are serious big bangs. So what the military think tanks are saying is that the Russians have kind of given up. They think on taking Kyiv, what they're going to do is sit back at artillery range and smash the people and the city to pieces. So maybe this is the start of their new tactics. Once again, Vladimir Putin, do fuck off.
All right, one more time, in case you just started tuning in and missed it. This is John Sweeney's diary, night 25, night of a barrage in Kyiv. One of those strikes hit the Retroville Mall in the Podol district.
A series of pretty big bangs.
Those are orange beanies. Those aren't.
You just heard one now. I can't tell whether they're incoming or outgoing. These are the loudest bangs I've heard in the city centre. They're the loudest bangs I've heard in the city centre since the start of the war. One of my pals, Emil Gessen, who's former Royal Marine, said it's very, very difficult in cities because of the concrete, because of the echo, to work out what's happening. I can't feel this through my boots, so I'm hoping it's outgoing. But having said that, boom, boom. That, so I don't know whether it's outgoing or incoming. I think it's outgoing, but these are serious big bangs. So what the military think tanks are saying is that the Russians have kind of given up. They think on taking Kyiv, what they're going to do is sit back at artillery range and smash the people and the city to pieces. So maybe this is the start of their new tactics. Once again, Vladimir Putin, do fuck off.
All right, that's from John Sweeney reporting. Now, there was also an artillery barrage video that we watched that was outgoing from the city into the air. That could be what we were hearing in the background. Oh, here it is on Twitter. And we listen to his updates in the mornings. He does a morning report. So the latest we've been waiting on is more information on the ammonia leaks from a Sumi chemical plant, destroyed mall in Kyiv, and also the update on Mariupol and the situation down there, in which residents were given until 5 in the morning to evacuate. They're given to 5 in the morning. They had, and that was a couple hours ago now, Moscow time, 5 a.m. Moscow time. Let's update the list. Comment where you're tuning in from, what city, what state, where in the world. Share the stream if you have not done so. Hit the share button on Facebook. Exclamation mark notify in the chat if you have not done so. We have a siren alert in Kyiv. South, it looks like. Nope, Kyiv City. So Kyiv is under an air raid alert right now. We can't hear it. We don't have audio. No, we do have audio. Air raid in Kyiv right now. Shout out to Zabby for the feed. This is Zabby's feed right now. I gotta tweet this out really quick. So there's an air raid alarm right now. I might not get it out in time. I apologize, I forgot to unmute the audio after the video was done. So that was an air raid alarm in Kyiv. I'm going to keep this audio up. Quiet down a little bit, but we'll keep that audio up so we can listen. I had this one up, no audio here. Lviv, very bright this morning. Live look in Lviv. There's been alarms going off in Kyiv City, Kharkiv. And there's sirens going off in multiple cities right now. Operational information as of 06. Lviv. You got a siren going off in Lviv now? Yep. I see. Is this feed behind? What's going on with this feed, yo? So the alarm is going off in Lviv right now. Oh, is this one just behind, or what's going on? Right. What's going on with this feed here? Why aren't we hearing the alarm? We should be hearing it loud as hell. This is Lviv, right? We got Zabby going for audio, as well as TGC Fabian for audio. Maybe they don't have the audio hooked up here? I don't know, you can hear audio though. Air raid alarms going off in Lubny, Cherasky, whole region in Volyn again. Lviv Oblast, we're listening to that right now. We got lots of alarms going off right now. The Lviv alarm is still going off. You can hear the voice. Join our Discord server if you haven't done so. Snack Squad Discord. I think this camera's junk, or like it's not picking up the audio. Yeah, they're going off everywhere. Yeah, the Lviv siren is haunting. Sounds like he says warhead every time. It's just high exposure right now on the CNN So there's air raid alarms going off in multiple cities across the entire country right now. The one that you're hearing is in Lviv. Oh, what's this camera over here? And lucky. Oh, that camera's not good. This is the one that we're using, right? The Newton cameras. It sounds like the alarm's done. Nope, it's going off again. Just as I said that. You can hear it in this feed now. Yo, is that how far behind this one is? Yeah, this one is way far behind. Now the alarm's going off in this feed. Alright. Gotta cut the 69 news. They're behind. Can't be having that. But you can hear it now. Still waiting for an update. So the biggest three pieces of news this morning would be the airstrike last night in Kyiv in the Podol district of the, what is it? The Retro Mall. I keep forgetting the name of the mall. Retroville. The Retroville Mall was hit with a missile last night at 10:46 p.m. Oh, come on. Here's the Retroville Mall. What it looked like. Here's pictures of what it looks like after a strike on it last night. We're gonna Retroville Mall. And then here's pictures. What is this? It's making me open up my... I don't know what that is. But this is the mall. Another big piece of news that we're tracking is ammonia. An ammonia leak at the Kimprom in Sumi. Effective area is about 2.5 kilometers. Now I got numbers that it was 5 kilometers. Did that update? Let's just Google search that real quick. The ammonia leak in Sumi. Live updates. Ammonia leak contaminates East Ukraine. This is from the Associated Press.
Lviv, Ukraine. An ammonia leak at a chemical plant in the eastern Ukrainian city of Sumi has contaminated an area with a radius of more than 2.5 kilometers, about 1.5 miles, officials said early Monday. Sumi Regional Governor Dmytro Zhyvytskyyy didn't say what caused the leak. The Sumi Kimprim plant is on the eastern outskirts of the city, which has a population of about 263,000 and has been regularly shelled by Russian troops in recent weeks.
Wow.
For the center of Sumi, there is no threat now, since the wind does not blow on the city, said Zhyvytskyyy.
Savitsky. So we're still waiting to track that, the ammonia leak, and then we are waiting to hear more on the situation in Mariupol, the only city remaining in the southeastern region. The only city remaining. So we're waiting for those updates, and it is Monday now. So you guys know what that means. You know what that means. All right, every Monday the chat is set to members and supporters of the Facebook page. If you have a badge next to your name, you got to acquire that Facebook badge to be able to chat on Mondays. YouTube as well, Member Mondays. This is a viewer-funded stream. I'm not corporate owned. I don't even have a sponsor. It's me and you guys. So this is the one day a week that I set the chat to those that are members and supporters of the page, and they can chat. The stream will still be open to the public. So if you cannot support right now, if it's just not a good time for you, completely understand. The video will still be public and you can still watch. Every hour I will open the chat back up and do a viewer check-in. So if you're not a member, you'll be able to comment at that time and check in, and then I'm going to set it back. All right, so you'll still be able to chat throughout Monday, but not for the majority of the time when it's Monday. So the rest of this stream, it's going to be set to members and supporters only, and then the beginning of tomorrow's stream, so 9 p.m. to midnight, would be the rest of the Member Monday, and then at midnight the chat will open back to everybody tomorrow. All right. Setting it. Hey, let's do one viewer check-in really quick before I do that. One viewer check-in. Comment where you're tuning in from. What city, what state. Where in the world you're tuning in from. Comment. I know it's going to be a quiet chat. Where are you tuned in from? Wisconsin, Seattle, Washington, Mercado, Ohio. Welcome. Maryland is tuned in. Welcome. BC, Canada. Alberta, Canada is tuned in. Welcome. Kenosha, Wisconsin is good to see you. Oh my goodness, YouTube chat's going fast. Oregon, Indiana. Hello from New York, Boston, Massachusetts, Caledonia, Wisconsin, Memphis, Tennessee. Thanks, John. You like the desk? Had to make something work. Salute you, Andrew. Thank you, Mikey. Michigan here. Yuma, Arizona. Fort Hood, Texas. Minnesota. Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Welcome. Olympia, Washington is tuned in. Houston, Texas is tuned in. Egan's tuned in. Cammy, how you doing? How you doing, Scuba Steve? He's from Minnesota. Fallbrook, California. How you doing? Thank you, Coach Brian. Hello from Coon Rapids, Minnesota. How you doing, Bill? Washington State. So again, Facebook, if you would like to continue chatting just for the rest of the stream, I'm going to be live for like another 3 hours. And then every hour on the hour, I'm going to open the chat back up. Happy Monday. Grab the badge on Facebook. All right. And then the day I do get a sponsor, I will not do Member Mondays anymore, because it won't be 100% viewer-funded stream. All right, members and supporters, we'll be able to see your comments a lot easier now. we go. Chat is set. Let's dive back in. All right. Let's refresh the latest. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Lord Boosted J. Keep up the good work, bro. Thank you. Refresh the latest on our list. What is this video from Black Sea's Fleet Orsk Project 1171 large landing ship? So this is the landing ship that Russia used to help seize territory around Mariupol to help get the rest of this land bridge connected. They haven't taken Mariupol yet, but the boat is docked here at Berdyansk. The boat is docked down here. Alright, this is a Russian propaganda RT video, just letting you know. But it still shows you where the boat is. Doesn't sound like there's any audio. Nope, no audio. It was bad, Leah. Why haven't they got it yet? I'm sure, I don't know. They haven't, in the southeast, there hasn't been really much strong counteroffensive yet. We haven't seen it yet. They've been slowly taking the southeast. Haven't seen many. I wonder if the sun has any clips from yesterday. While we're waiting for more.
Behind me is the
We've seen that one. War footage shows Kyiv devastated by Russian. No. Okay, we've seen those. Nothing new on there. What do you got here? Odessa this morning. Two ships. Two ships out in the distance. You would like a full update. So from last night to right now, these are the latest highlights. Again, I needed to add on the ammonia leak in Sumi, the airstrike in Kyiv, which I do think is on our list. So I guess the only one that I would need to add to this is the ammonia leak in Sumi. So the flooded area alongside the Irpin River is growing. The flood is now approaching the Horenka near Bucha, Irpin. That's over here. Dude, so dry down here. That's over here. You can see like the flooding icon on the screen. Ukrainian TV to combine broadcasts amid martial law. Zelensky signed a decree that united nationwide TV channels into one platform. It's important that the country has a unified information policy, said the president's office, adding that no channels will be disconnected. At the Chernobyl nuclear power plant today, it was possible to carry out the evacuation and partial rotation of personnel. A total of 64 people were taken out. The staff were their workplaces. The staff was at their workplaces for about 600 hours. 46 station workers volunteered to replace them. Russia's defense ministry. Ukraine has until early hours of March 21st to give Russia its answering on surrendering Mariupol. And Ukraine's answer was, we're not giving it up. So Mariupol is still under Ukrainian control. The Kyiv mayor, several explosions in the Podilsky district outside of Kyiv. Several buildings and a mall, civil defense units are already on the site. 7,295 people have evacuated from hotspots on March 20th, according to the Deputy Prime Minister Irina Vereshchuk. Only 4 out of 7 agreed upon humanitarian corridors were able to carry out evacuations. Thank you. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Lord. And Lawrence, thank you so much. And then the update to that list, and you can find that in our description. You can find that in our description of the video. But the update would be the ammonia leak in Sumi.
Ammonia leak at Kimprim in Sumi. Affected area is about 2.5 kilometers. The direction of the wind to the Novoselytsia village. Emergency crews are working. There is no threat to Sumi at the moment. Wind direction not to the city. Sumi #Europe #Central and Eastern Europe.
Alright, close that. Oops. Definitely hit the wrong button there. Looking for any update. The General Staff of the Armed Forces of the Air Force of the AFU hit 7 enemy targets. One aircraft, 4 UAVs, and 2 cruise missiles during the previous day. Oh, it's the softball logo? Thanks, Daniel. Nothing new right now. Shout out to Zabby for the feed. Live in Lviv, there was alarms that went off like 10-15 minutes ago in multiple cities. This is the Retroville Mall that was hit in Kyiv. Hello from North Queensland, Australia. Hello, hello. I guess you're here all night now. It might be time to stand up and stretch, break, run upstairs and go sit outside for a couple minutes, refill my coffee. Every time I do that though, at least like 300 people leave. Like the minute I leave, it goes down. We got an all clear in Odessa. The latest is an ammonia leak. Check our description of the stream. There hasn't been much updates. We don't have any updates in Mariupol yet on that situation, other than Ukraine denied giving up. And we're waiting for more information on the Retroville Mall that was hit by a missile last night. Usually we don't get pictures and video until 1-2 in the morning. I think we're done the recap time. We have been all caught up. We've been watching videos. But those are the big three things that we're waiting for more information on. Mariupol, ammonia leak in Sumi, and further details on an airstrike on the Retroville Mall in the Podilsky district in Kyiv. Hello, how you doing? Hey Jarrett, how you doing? You should stand in for breaks. Like stand here. Thank you so much, Janelle, for that. Janelle Seaton, thank you. Move the coffee maker closer to the computer. No, I haven't moved in 3 hours, so I think I'm going to run upstairs quick, take a short break. Like a few minutes. I need to. We had softball practice today. Batting practice. So I'm like physically tired, which is good because I'll be able to sleep now. But I've been sitting here for almost 3.5 hours and I haven't stood up yet. So I'm going to take a short break and then we'll be back. Do I have the scroll on? Yes, I do. Do you guys want the live feed? Let's do this. Let me see. I'm going to do this quick. I'm going to put Zabby's feed on for you guys. He has all the stuff. He's in our Discord server. He's got a YouTube channel. Go subscribe and support Zabby's YouTube channel. I'm going to have this on because he's got the news on here too. While I take a short break. But I'm going to be back. I'm not ending the stream. I'm not going anywhere. Alright? So we're going to keep it on this screen. Again, shout out Zabby for the layout and the channel. I'll be right back. Maybe we'll have some news to go through. I have returned. How are we doing, everybody? Check into the stream if you haven't done so. I'm gonna open the chat up after the after break check-in. After break check-in. Comment where you're tuning in from. We'll go through the latest. If there's anything to update on. I'm back. Let's go. Dallas, Texas, Wanaka, New Zealand. Welcome. Good to have you guys. Sydney, Australia. Good to see you. Toronto's here. How you doing? European Union considers imposing embargo on oil supplies from Russia. According to Reuters, the embargo on energy resources may be introduced in the case of massive bombings of Kyiv or use of chemical weapons, especially in the Baltic states. Wall Street Journal citing a source among U.S. officials. Putin has adjusted tactics against Ukraine. He wants to get a land bridge between western part of Russia and the Crimean Peninsula, as well as expand his control over Donbass. So, just like we're predicting, he's trying to get this part now. At the same time, the army will continue shelling Ukrainian cities weeks and maybe months to force Zelensky to agree to Russia's demands, including neutral status. At the same time, Putin did not refuse to seize the country completely. Anchorage, Alaska is tuned in. Santa Maria, California. Duluth, Minnesota. Good to have you. Manitoba, Canada. Blue Ford says he's hungry in Civilization 6. Manitoba, Canada's tuned in. How you doing? Calgary. Oh, I'm hearing alarms. Hold on. Pause. Pause it all. No, I got alarms. Where are we hearing it from? Lviv? Yep. Hey, another alarm going off in Lviv right now. Hold on, pause it all. Pause the check-in. I got ears like this now. I can hear the alarms from a mile away. This is Lviv. Time now, 7:43. This is in Lviv. Yep. I wonder if we have the other view too. This is live in Lviv. Here's another camera. This is another camera in Lviv. A very different view of the city today.
Говорить департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації.
Roma says, thank you so much, Andrew, for all your hard work and long hours keeping us updated on the war. Once again, thank you from Morganfield, Kentucky. Thank you, Roma. All right, y'all. Back to Member Monday.
Відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту.
As of 5, ammonia leak is a 5? It's like 7:47. Ammonia leakage was insignificant. Rescuers are working to precipitate the ammonia cloud. There is no threat to the population. According to preliminary information, there are no victims or injuries from the ammonia leak. Apparently a Kyiv alarm was going off. Still no update from John yet. So just have the Lviv audio right now. Okay, where? Odessa? 12:45 a.m. Got it. So something's going on in Odessa right now. Here's Odessa on our map. We're about to find out. Odessa is down here to the southwest. Ships were near Odessa. 2 ships.
Два корабля, один дымится.
That's not good.
Это не сюда. Это не сюда стреляют.
It's coming from the ships that are in the sea. There's more video. Odessa this morning, moments ago. They're blowing up the mines, guys. The mines that they have planted. That's what's being blown up in here. So you can see in the water is exploding. They're shooting. There's 2 ships that were sighted out there. 2 ships were spotted out there. Hold on, it'll zoom in. Because the Russian Navy's in there. And there's mines all up in there. They're blowing them up right now. Likely. The Russian ships out there. Likely to get closer? To get closer to Odessa. Remember, here, just to give you an idea. Russia's in the Black Sea. Russia's out here, right? There's landmines planted in here from Ukraine. Ukraine has landmines, or excuse me, not landmines, sea mines. The ones that are attached to like a chain and they're sticking from the bottom. They gotta blow them up, otherwise if the ship comes in and they try to do a landing or bring ships closer, they're gonna hit those sea mines. They're blowing them up. Ukraine has mines in there. To blow up any Russian ships that try to take landing.
Это не сюда. Это не сюда стреляют.
They got spikes on it. I think we looked at it yesterday. They look like this. More video. Oh yeah, here we go. Look at it. More video. Okay. What is this? 5:43 in Odessa. I'm retweeting these so I have them saved. That noise you're hearing are vehicles driving past in Lviv camera. Odessa, got that. Good morning from Ukraine.
Guys, it's a beautiful sun. What's up, guys? It's a beautiful sunrise here in Ukraine. Chill morning, and we are in the bushes, protecting a very interesting squad that came to help us. Usually we're doing this work by ourselves, which is flying and looking over enemy position. First to watch where they are, next day to watch how their vehicles and armors became a piece of shit. It's very interesting and cool job. And today a much more serious plane and much more serious professionals came, and we're helping them out to check out what we will do tomorrow and who will be in a lot of pain probably today. Guys, don't worry about geolocation. It's not the first year I'm doing this, so like everything you can see that I'm tagging as a location is of course a bullshit. Have a nice day, smile, and keep yourself together. Bye.
Ukrainian film director. Ukrainian, he's a soldier. He was a film director. Oh, he arrested. Oh, so John's saying that this guy arrested him on day 2 for being a Russian spy, but we're pals now. Big K, I assume that's Kharkiv. One more time.
What's up, guys? It's a beautiful sunrise here in Ukraine. Chill morning, and we are in the bushes, protecting a very interesting squad that came to help us. Usually we're doing this work by ourselves, which is flying and looking over enemy position. First to watch where they are, next day to watch how their vehicles and armors became a piece of shit. It's very interesting and cool job. And today a much more serious plane and much more serious professionals came, and we're helping them out to check out what we will do tomorrow and who will be in a lot of pain probably today. Guys, don't worry about geolocation. It's not the first year I'm doing this, so like everything you can see that I'm tagging as a location is of course a bullshit. Have a nice day, smile, and keep yourself together. Bye.
All right. A lot of cities having air raid alarms going off. A lot of air raid alerts and alarms. Russia carried out 2 missile strikes on a training ground in the Ravine region, says head of regional administration Vitaly Koval.
26-й день війни.
No English. This happened in Odessa about 13 minutes ago, though, if you're just tuning in now, so we got to add Odessa to our list of things. The ammonia leak is contained in Sumi, by the way. The ammonia leak in Sumi is contained, minimal. There's no reported casualties or even people being injured from it. So that's the update about the ammonia leak. But now this is going on in Odessa. Wow. This is going on in Odessa, and here's Odessa on our map. Right outside of Odessa, right in the water, right here. Right in the water.
всем рядом. Два корабля, один дымит.
Theories are that they're hitting the mines. They're hitting the sea mines that Ukraine set up to be able to set up a sea landing or something.
Это они сюда стреляют.
Or Big K is Kyiv, you think? Here's more moments ago. So Odessa right now. How far out are they? Here. How far out are they here? And pause. There's one. There's two. Don't look very far out. They're out there. Here. Here. They're out there. Same video. Yep. And then show this one again. Our theory is they're blowing up the mines in the sea. In Mariupol, Russian journalists came under mortar fire from the armed forces of Ukraine. Okay, so this is reporting on the Russian side for sure. So this is a shelling of Russian journalists in where it says Mariupol. Russian journalists in Mariupol.
Я поняла, почему нельзя отставать.
Так, бегом, вперед! На связи, все целы? Да. Туда.
Я поняла, почему нельзя отставать.
Встань! Бегом, вперед! На связи, все целы?
Да.
Туда.
In Kharkiv, Saltovka, windows were shattered by a shockwave. So this is shockwave damage. Let's update our list. Ukraine State Emergency Service update on the ammonia leak. Due to shelling, one tank with ammonia had slight leakage, no injuries, and no threat to the city population. That's huge. The situation at first did not seem good. That's good news from the ammonia leak. Nothing new right now. About 2 miles out. Two invader ships. Oh, here's more video.
Сука, дебилы, блядь.
All right, John.
Сука, дебилы, блядь.
Still waiting for further. As a result of the rocket attack in Kyiv on the evening of March 20th, 4 people were killed. As a result of the rocket attack on Kyiv on the evening of March 20th, 4 people were killed and another was injured, the state emergency service reported. Nothing new to update right now. Nothing new to update. I wonder if there's any other videos. This is the biggest YouTuber on... Excuse me, the biggest Russian YouTuber here. Wonder what he'd have to say. He went to Georgia. Hmm. Oh, I'm thinking I'm hearing an alarm. We go over the history. Which history? Nope, just hearing shit. I'm hearing things. I hear this radio voice is bugging me. I'm gonna turn that down and leave this audio turned up. I'm gonna keep that audio down, this audio turned up. Not that high though. The contacts are getting dry. Contacts are getting super dry this time of night. The Chechen history. We can do that. This military clips restored. Are their channels back now? That was a channel that was posting updates every day. War leaks too. We saw that. They haven't updated in a day. I wonder if that one channel we watched has any videos on the Chechnya alt history. Where'd it go? Alternate history hub. See if they have a video. No. Feature history. Oh, this feature history does a good job too. The Chechen Wars.
Today, just like the Chechen.
They do animated history lessons. A lot of people like the animated stuff. All right, I've watched feature history videos before. All right, we're gonna do a little history lesson on the Chechen War and learn and try to understand more the Chechens' role in this war. They're fighting for both sides. They're fighting for Russia and Ukraine. And feature history does a really good job. Alright. Safety meeting, smoke break, whatever. We're gonna watch this, and then hopefully there will be some more news on Odessa after we watch it. Alright.
Chechen War itself, I'm gonna do this video a second time, and do it right. Almost. Sort of.
This is the Chechen War, feature history.
Привет, и добро пожаловать feature history. Can't fault a man for repeating a gag, but I think that's enough about referencing the original episode 6. We ought to stop dwelling on the past. Well, actually, if we do that I'm out of a job, but you know what I mean. Here, indulge me for a moment and rewind your mind back to the 1990s. Unless you weren't alive, then you could hurt yourself. It was the end of the Cold War, and I've gotten the impression that people have the impression that the Soviet Union ended and just turned into Russia. Simple. But of course it wasn't simple. In fact, it was complicated and violent. But although that violence was concentrated in one area, the Caucasus. But what is the Caucasus? Well, it's a geographical area located here. Oh, you wanted me to elaborate? Well, then strap in for some feature geography. The The Caucasus is a place with almost as many mountains as it has ethnicities and languages. Its iconically rugged and rough terrain left it diverse, isolated, and for the longest time, impassable. It's typically split between the northern Greater Caucasus and the southern Lesser Caucasus. The somewhat homogenized people of the south saw empires come and go, Roman, Persian, and Ottoman to name a few, whereas the many disparate people in the north enjoyed freedom, with credit to the insulating mountains that encased them. That environment birthed a culture that was decentralized and remote, mountainsides littered with watchtower villages. As a person of the Caucasus, you most likely only had three main priorities: your family, your faith, and your freedom. This order was eventually threatened by Catherine the Great, as the Tsardom of Russia sought out a trade connection with the Middle East, and so protection and pacification became the Russian army's agenda. The better part of the 19th century was spent attempting just that, only to be met with constant and consistent resistance. The religious leader, Imam Shamil, would attempt to bring the many different people of the Caucasus together to throw out the Russians. Using his Islamic faith and the concept of jihad, he got close. He, however, came to despise the Chechen people specifically, considering them too resistant, too obsessed with banditry. He really would have gotten along with my commenters. Eventually, his inability to unite the Caucasus would be his and the land's downfall. This of course didn't cease disorder. The Caucasus was to be the frontier of Russia, bandit country, a no man's land, the wild, not west. As we all know, by 1917, Russia was having a bit of a phase. Revolutions and civil war and etc. The whites, the reds, and the everyone else duking it out. And in all the confusion, a big whack of the Caucasus would break away as the Mountain Republic. It wasn't long before the Soviets would arrive and enact the process of divide and conquer, their epic-sounding freedom to be replaced by the mundane-sounding autonomy. Of course, the Caucasians did what they did.
What does this sound like? This is back in World War I. Like, they talked about the Caucasus before World War I. Using freedom, national, like...
It wasn't long before the Soviets would arrive and enact the process of divide and conquer, their epic-sounding freedom to be replaced by the mundane-sounding autonomy. Of course, the Caucasians did what they do best, resist. In fact, it is said that only a Caucasian can beat a Caucasian. And so when 1922 swung around and the Georgian-born Joseph Stalin took power, there must have been a few shits. After the German invasion of the Soviet Union, the Chechen people were accused of collaboration with the Wehrmacht, and as consequence were deported to the desolate Kazakhstan in 1944. Guilty or not, mass genocide, often frowned upon. Their homeland was to be converted, all symbols of their culture and history put to the torch to give way for a Soviet paradise. The regional capital, Grozny, was established as a Russian city for Russian people. It was only when Khrushchev succeeded Stalin he would go about de-Stalinization. A return of the Chechens was permitted in 1957, but the effects of Stalin's deed would not disappear overnight. Ethnic tensions and clashes between Russians and Chechens became commonplace. It wasn't until the 1980s that the Chechens once again became the majority in the region, but in the 80s the affairs of Little Chechnya mattered little to Soviet higher-ups. There were far more pressing concerns. Under the leadership of Brezhnev and his subsequent successors, the Soviet Union had begun to stagnate and decay. Soviet leadership had become old and decrepit, and with each general secretary they buried, the Union's own death beckoned. It was clear the Union would have to be reformed or die, and Mikhail Gorbachev was very keen on reform. With policies of glasnost and perestroika, he had begun to open up the government and allow elements of the free market in. Free elections were permitted, but this did not see reformers elected, instead, revolutionaries. Soon many of those in charge of the Soviet republics were looking to go their own way. One such politician was Boris Yeltsin, who had been elected in probably the most important Soviet republic, Russia. He and his peers would have to resist one last attempt by communist hardliners to throw out both reformists and revolutionaries in August of 1991. When he had done just that, it was clear there was no communist control anymore. Yeltsin, of course, wasn't the only one sticking it to the communists. In September, the Chechen and former general Johar Dudayev gathered militants and threw the communist government out of Chechnya. He gathered popular support and declared the independent Chechen Republic of Ichkeria. making Chechnya one of the earliest republics to declare independence from the Soviet Union. It wasn't until Christmas Day 1991 Gorbachev would formally dissolve the Union into 15 independent republics. Chechnya was not actually recognized in this act and was officially part of the new Russian Federation. You can see the issue here. The not independent republic continued to be practically independent, as President Yeltsin had bigger fish to fry, attempting to create his capitalist democratic Russia and prevent a complete total descent into chaos, crime and corruption. That's not to say things were peachy for Jadayev and Chechnya. There was a mass exodus of Russians as violence boiled over, and with them left many of the educated and skilled workers, leading to the collapse of Chechnya's industry. Government services were also abysmal, as Jadayev became obsessed with arming and organizing militias. Chechnya was more gun than government. Soon there were elements inside Chechnya that looked to oust Jadayev, and a failed coup in March 92 showed they were serious. The president would respond by throwing out any kind of republican element from his republic, ushering in direct rule, and later in 93 dissolving his parliament. Not like Yeltsin was any better, really the two should have been best buds. However, it was around the same time Yeltsin's administration began to prioritize Chechnya. You see, Russia is one of the world's largest energy exporters, trading metric shit tons of petrol and oil, and the oil deposits of the Caucasus, and more specifically Chechnya, were integral. The counter-movements inside Chechnya began to receive Russian support. 1994 saw Chechnya blockaded, trade cut off, and the only thing going in was Russian arms and money to those against Jadayev. The eventual coup would disastrously fail though, and Russian arms and mercenaries, or what they really were, conscripted soldiers, were exposed and paraded for all to see. So it was decided, screw subtlety, and an ultimatum of pack it in was given to Jadayev, who responded, now say it with me if you can, a no. Then the order was given to restore constitutional order to Chechnya. By force.
Sounds exactly like what they're doing with Ukraine. Did a little different, the nuance in there is different. They didn't call it...
The 11th of December 1994, the war began, and already it was severely unpopular. And that wasn't the only bad sign, the other was the plan. It was simple. 3 convoys, north, west and east, to all blitz through to the heart of Chechnya, after the capital had been softened up with some bombardment. Yeltsin and his administration thought that was perfect. It'd be a bloodless blitzkrieg, a quick strike, and it's over. The federal soldiers would be exemplary, showcasing restraint and their professionalism, as overpowering military hardware carried them to victory. Truth was, Chechnya is a mountainous, rugged place populated with a devoted and heavily armed people with a long history of resistance, going up against poorly trained conscripts backed by a nation suffering recession. The recipe for success. Jadayev had field commanders swiftly mobilize their militias. The command was heavily decentralized and the...
Does this sound like literally what we're watching right now? Or what? This sounds like very much like exactly like what's happening in Ukraine. Back some.
Place populated with a devoted and heavily armed people with a long history of resistance, going up against poorly trained conscripts backed by a nation suffering recession. The recipe for success. Jadayev had field commanders swiftly mobilize their militias. The command was heavily decentralized and the Chechen fighters would fight mostly as guerrillas, never letting up on the convoys until the very moment they reached Grozny. When the federal forces did arrive at Grozny, thousands of civilians were already dead from a week-long series of aerial and artillery bombardments. All the death in the air only further incited the Chechen fighters. On New Year's Day, 1994, Grozny was stormed. Armoured personnel carriers simply drove straight into the city, but they were armoured carriers, not invincible carriers, and so quickly vehicle after vehicle were downed by ragtag groups of fighters. With the vehicles went all the conscripts inside, and soon Russian casualties were stacking as the enemy eluded them inside the still populated city. The federal forces were made to withdraw from the slaughterhouse, and things were to be done the traditional Russian way, indiscriminately bombing the shit out of it. It was only when there was nothing left to defend did Chechen General Aslan Maskhadov finally give the order to retreat from the city on January 18th. The Russians were now free to claim the carcass of Grozny. Chechens too had traditional methods to resort to, and retreated to the mountains to fight the Russians. Ambushes became common, and the fighters offered Russians no mercy, and so Russians would do likewise in their raids. The war soon became not a battle for land, but for bodies. The mountains were a blessing, but also a curse, as the fighters became increasingly cooped up as federal forces continued their advance. Chechny's chief mufti Ahmed Kadyrov would declare their struggle a jihad and attempt to see foreign volunteers assist them. Foreign offerings in numbers was however slim, but they made up for it in their money. The encirclement would not be broken by manpower though, nor any aid for that matter, but instead by the field commander Shimil Basayev. He led a group of fighters in June to attack the Russian city of Bucha, but not in any traditional sense of sieging or storming. They instead entered a maternity hospital and took around 1,800 of the occupants hostage. His main demand was for a ceasefire. The Russians answered with an attempted storming of the hospital. It failed catastrophically, and Basayev remained with both hospital and hostages, and so the Federation gave in. A ceasefire was signed. It's not like this would be the last, or even the worst terrorist attack in the conflict either, but I digress. The window offered was used by the Chechens and Russians to reorganize, regroup, and rearm. Federal troops began to move more and more of their number from Grozny to the mountains, and when that ceasefire ended, it was almost like nothing had changed. Heavy fighting continued, and the slaughter resumed. By 1996, it was clear something had to change. Yeltsin was absorbed by his re-election bid, and so the army had to show results, claim a victory, anything. That had come in the form of Johar Jadaev's assassination in April 1996, killed by 2 guided missiles. When Basayev announced the death on a broadcast, Yeltsin claimed it as a victory he so desperately needed. But of course it wasn't that simple. I wouldn't need 2 parts if any of this was simple. As Yeltsin was sworn in for his second term, the army in Chechnya was blatantly sidestepped and Grozny stormed by militants. For the unlucky few troops still in the city, well, use your imagination. Grozny was captured and the Russian army back at square one. So either it was time to do it all again, or just call it quits. The Yeltsin administration chose the latter, and the Khasov-Yurt Accord was signed off on August 30th, 1996. The Russian army would leave Chechnya. They'd respect the boundary, but not recognize it. It was also decided that any matter between Russia and Chechnya could be left to 2001, when all of this was no longer Yeltsin's problem. Oh boy, wasn't that video worth the wait? In fact, let's do some more for part 2. It'll be great.
This is the Chechen Wars feature history. The Chechen Wars. What the hell? Really? Oh, you better not content restrict
Hello.
my video.
It's me.
I might have to fast forward
How are
through
you?
some parts.
Don't care, let's start. After a year and a half of some of the heaviest fighting Europe had seen since World War II, the Chechens had done it. They had realized the dream of independence. Or, as it turned out, the nightmare. The now President Mercado sought to normalize Chechnya, but when your Wikipedia entry would say partially recognized state, you're not off to a good start. The economy, non-existent. Jobs, there are none. Centralization, very funny. The field commanders and their militias would not stand down, they just weren't interested, and so Basayev and others became warlords. The militia structure was now backfiring, and so too would the call for jihad. Islamist fighters started converting the Chechen youth to their radical Wahhabist branch of Islam, not with convincing sermons, but with Saudi money. Religious extremism became rife in the Republic. In fact, if it wasn't political or religious violence, it was just straight up crime. Kidnappings and ransoms became common, and if not that, then a cross-border raid would fill militant pockets instead. President Maskhadov, the parliament, and the Republic wielded no power in Chechnya. Power came only from the end of a gun, and those happy to use them were the warlords. By the time warlords ran districts and Sharia law was enforced on the people, the chief mufti Ahmed Kadyrov, and many others for that matter, were disillusioned with this independence. Soon, the Russian government had Chechens on their side. That's not to say Russia was prospering. It had its own fair share.
Hold on, we need to go back and listen to that whole section one more time. One more time.
Wahhabist branch of Islam, not with convincing sermons, but with Saudi money. Religious extremism became rife in the Republic. In fact, if it wasn't political or religious violence, it was just straight up crime. Kidnappings and ransoms became common, and if not that, then a cross-border raid would fill militant pockets instead. President Mercado, the parliament, and the Republic wielded no power in Chechnya. Power came only from the end of a gun, and those happy to use them were the warlords. By the time warlords ran districts and Sharia law was enforced on the people, the chief mufti Ahmed Kadyrov, and many others for that matter, were disillusioned with this independence. Soon, the Russian government had Chechens on their side.
That's how they got Chechens on their side. They've been, wow. How much of that Sharia law propaganda, like, so is that where the Sharia law stuff started? And now that's just a common fear tactic now. Because the warlords were using Sharia law, and so the opposition to that had a false sense of comfort with Russia. You gotta think Russia's propaganda infests itself into the United States. Dude, that's where it comes from. That's where the continued bigotry and propaganda come from towards Islam. Because they just, like, Fox News and all of them just drum that shit up all the time. The Sharia law fear. The fear of Sharia law all the time. I wonder if this is where it originated from. Russia, you gotta realize, all the shit comes from Russia. Propaganda. Secondhand. Alright, keep going.
That's not to say Russia was prospering. It had its own fair share of problems. In 1999, Yeltsin was coming to the end of his presidency. His wish for a democracy had only seen the state become corrupt, disgraced, and defeated. Yeltsin was sick and aging, and the new generation had to take over. The government of Russia was, however, against Yeltsin and any successor he may offer. Soviet revanchism was growing and growing, nostalgia for the Union blinded many, and the Federation was in dire straits. It was only by betraying the values of a free democracy could Russia survive. Vladimir Putin was planned to be Yeltsin's successor for the 2000 election, and the man was not going to relive Yeltsin's mistakes. He'd build an autocratic, centralized state with himself, the president, the strongman of Russia. His job would not be easy. To bring together the presidency, the government, and the people could seem a Herculean task, but answering the Chechen question could have done just that. Shamil Basayev and commander of the Mujahideen in Chechnya, Ibn al-Khattab, would invade the neighbouring Republic of Dagestan in late 1999. Autonomous Republic, that is. Autonomous Republic of Russia. They invaded Russia. The Russian counterattack was swift and saw extensive use of their new go-to tactic, indiscriminate bombardment. It would only be a month before the Islamist militants had been driven out of Dagestan and back into Chechnya. It was in that month, though, a series of apartment bombings rung out across Russia, killing almost 300 people. It was quickly pinned on the Chechens, though some think it was an inside job, though some don't have any hard evidence. Putin and his party's pro-war stance was now popular coming into the 1999 parliamentary elections. Bombs fell on Chechnya, Masharov's rule was deemed illegitimate, and Putin stated, "There is no border with Chechnya." It was very, very clear what was going on. It was war. A relentless air campaign over Chechnya had already caused many civilians to flee. Over a quarter of the population was seeking refuge in Russia or elsewhere. It was only in October.
What does that sound like?
October did land forces begin to finally arrive in Chechnya. They engaged a slow and methodical march from the north to the south. Bombing runs, artillery barrages, and tank fire.
Only difference in this one, they say from the north to the south in Chechnya. I'm thinking this one gonna be from the south to the north. But they went north-south in Chechnya.
Would blaze their trail to Grozny. By late November, the capital was surrounded, and December would see yet another Battle of Grozny. Heavy bombardment was once again the key to success, and the infantry acted only as a glorified mop. By the end of January 2000, the bulk of the militants had abandoned the city, and federal forces took Grozny, or, as it was now, the most destroyed city on Earth. That's not to say it was over and done like that. Heavy Russian casualties were apparent, but what mattered most in this new war was that the other side was getting it worse. The side getting the very worst of it though was civilians, and as you can imagine, the international community was having none of it. But as it stood, the separatists were once again in the mountains, and Russia still had many bombs they wished to send their way. 2000 was spent mostly just hitting any clusters of fighters they could find. If they wanted to clear them out entirely, well, that would take decades. In May, the early formations of an exit plan were already being put in place. Ahmed Kadyrov was to be installed as a head of a pro-Moscow administration. With Kadyrov's loyalty, Putin hoped to see him bring the rest of the Chechens into line. But Kadyrov was not the smooth-talking, diplomatic friend of the people type. His control came from his militia. Power through fear. He was a Chechen who knew what Chechens responded to, because as we know, it takes a Caucasian to beat a Caucasian. As 2000 came to a close, the separatists had been pushed out of the populated centres, and Russia claimed control of the most important asset of the war, the people. Heavy fighting was over, but the war certainly wasn't. The insurgency continued to haunt Chechens and shock Russians. This war had become very different from the first one, and when the September 11th attacks hit the US, Putin was able to highlight his war as a counter to Islamic terrorism, and the international community took on a more understanding tone. Admittedly, he had some justification to call those militants terrorists. 2002 saw Basayev attempting Buchanovsk lightning to strike twice, as his men took over a Moscow theater and held 800 hostages.
I remember that on the news. I remember that. But like, it was so tough to like focus on anything. There was like 1,000 things happening during this time. Like, because the news was on in our house, but I remember this. I don't know what was going on, but I remember these images.
His demand was simple, an unconditional withdrawal of Russian troops from Chechnya. Putin was not going to cave into threats though. The gas was pumped into the theater, knocking out everyone inside, allowing Spetsnaz to simply enter and kill all insurgents. The gas compound, however, also killed 133 hostages. The heavy-handed approach had sent a clear message to Basayev. There would be no compromise at any cost. The next year, a new Chechen Republic would come together. Kadyrov was formally elected president after he had blocked and scared away competition. It was now his job to lead, and most importantly, control the republic, the autonomous republic of the Russian Federation. Resistance to the new president was disorganized, yet still highly volatile. At one extreme you had Basayev's jihadists, and at the other, Masharov's more secular rebels. And between, many different militias, with many different leaders. After Moscow Theater, there were more terrorist attacks, mostly under Basayev's instruction. 2004 would see this stepped up. In May, an explosion in a Grozny stadium killed 30 people, including Kadyrov. Power transferred to his son, Ramzan Kadyrov, who has officially stood as president since 2007. September 2004 would contain the apogee of Basayev's terror attacks. The Beslan massacre saw 34 insurgents take 1,100 hostages at a school, mostly women. Over 300. The Chechen cause
I knew it was that part. I remember that. I knew it was going to be that part. So I had to fast forward through that terrorist attack. I'm not going to show that on.
Diverted beyond repair. The terror attacks, the killings, the kidnappings, and the radicalism was all the public could see. Chkirya died with Mercado in 2005, when he was killed by the FSB. And for Basayev, his end would come in 2006, not at the hands of an elaborate and perfectly planned out and executed FSB assassination, but when a mine was mishandled in his presence and his own bombs literally blew up in his face. The war would not share Basayev's fate. It didn't go out with a bang, but with a whimper. Responsibility for combating the insurgency was slowly transferred from Russian troops to Kadyrov's, and as long as it was a Chechen problem, it wouldn't be a Russian one. Billions of dollars were also funneled into the Republic to turn Grozny from a ruin to a lavish regional capital. The speed and ambition of the construction was admirable, but could a few skyscrapers truly win over the people? The Second Chechen War formally ended on the 16th of April 2009, when Ramzan Kadyrov and Putin's political tag team partner, Russian President Dmitry Medvedev, officially ended Russian counterterrorism operations inside Chechnya. A low-level insurgency continues in the area, but fact of the matter is the militant...
that ended in 09. Crimea was invaded in 2014. You gotta realize the entire time we were wasting time and American soldiers' lives for 20 years in the Middle East, Russia is not, dude, they've never stopped. They have never stopped. Shout out to Future History, Chechen Wars. Oof, dude.
Are nowhere near strong enough to concern Russia, and Russia is nowhere near as weak as they once were. Chechnya is now a republic of concession and oppression. It's very much changed from the 80s. Chechen culture and its Islamic faith is embraced fully and openly. Chechen people are unmistakably Chechen, not Russian. Don't call them that. But the Kadyrov government is corrupt. Human rights violations are no stranger to them. And if it's not the government persecuting you, it's the insurgencies or criminals instead. Those kidnappings still can turn a serious profit. What earns the most serious profit in Chechnya, though, is their oil. And that is why Russia bothered in the first place, and it's that what makes Putin tolerate Kadyrov and the entire republic today. Their loyal...
I just got like a headache trying to... There's just so much in there. So much in there to understand. It's like you can't even... There's no like one side or two side to explain this. It's just like so many different things. Like literally. Let's try to go through that part one more time. So many different factors.
A low-level insurgency continues in the area, but fact of the matter is the militants are nowhere near strong enough to concern Russia, and Russia is nowhere near as weak as they once were. Chechnya is now a republic of concession and oppression.
So Chechnya is a republic, but like Russia owns it basically. It's a puppet to Russia. Well, they still let them celebrate their culture and get and exist within the culture, but the government and oh my goodness.
Very much changed from the 80s. Chechen culture and its Islamic faith is embraced fully and openly. Chechen people are unmistakably Chechen, not Russian. Don't call them that. But the Kadyrov government is corrupt. Human rights violations are no stranger to them. And if it's not the government persecuting you, it's the insurgencies or criminals instead. Those kidnappings
that's
still
such a shitty place to be. That'd be such a shitty place to be. Dude, Americans in the chat, we like have none of these problems. Not a single one of these issues. My brain hurts even trying to like empathize and exist in this, and I can't because like we have so much freedom here. And to try to like fit myself into this, I don't think I would have serious like I wouldn't be able to exist within this in this false reality that the people that are subject to from these governments. And it's such a mind twist.
And a serious profit. What earns the most serious profit in Chechnya, though, is their oil. And that is why Russia bothered in the first place, and it's that what makes Putin tolerate Kadyrov and the entire republic today. Their loyalty means money, and so both Russian and Chechen crimes become permissible for the end goal. Wait a minute, I don't feel happy at all. That was shit. Here I am, once again, at everybody's favorite part of the episode.
Doesn't have a good ending. Doesn't have a... It's done. Alright, let's try to see what the latest is. So that right there tells me that this war that we're watching every day right now is going to be a long one. Because, like, and the way this history is going to be told, I'm sure, right now, is NATO's in a position where they can't really flex or, like, do anything drastic to stop this, because then Russia will just threaten World War III with nukes. So they got Russia's hands, they got NATO's hands tied behind their back. And we're watching it. We're watching them hold UN councils, and all this stuff, and everyone's wearing Ukraine lapels, and we stand with Ukraine, hashtag we stand with Ukraine. The same shit's happening. The West was against what was happening in Chechnya too, yet it was still happening. Because the West was so focused on... I'm concerned that the United States is going to get wrapped up in something in the Middle East again. We should start paying attention to the Middle East if there's anything that... Dude. Because that distracts the United States from what the fuck Russia's doing. And it's been happening for decades. How many times have we gone to the goddamn Middle East now, dude? Over and over and over again. While Russia's been consistently invading and committing these continuously. Oh, man. Oh, man. It's going to take something drastic. If it's going to take something drastic, you like close the skies, which that's not likely going to happen. However long they're literally doing the same strategy that they did in Chechnya. More civilians are going to continue to get killed. They're going to just keep bombing. They're going to bomb all of this. All this in here is just going to get bombed, just like Kharkiv. If they can get a stronger foothold on the border, especially to the northeast. They're struggling up here. Russian military struggling up here. But the military sucked in Chechnya too. They just told you that. The history just said that their military was just as ass then as it is now. Conscripts, they were getting wiped down. How they won is through attrition warfare and killing civilians. And then they had to force Chechnya into the fucking... And I'm concerned with like Ukraine a little bit with their territorial defense. And they have civilians in there like with guns. And how long this war will take. If this war takes months... You're going to have civilians in there that are like going to, you know what I mean? Who knows? That's how it happened in Chechnya. But the wild card is that they have Chechens in this war though. On both sides. Russia's using Chechens, and then Ukraine has them too. All right. Before I continue to spiral and spiral and spiral and spiral. I'm concerned. Like, I've been concerned for like 2 weeks now with this war, but now, especially after learning a little bit, we'll obviously going to have to go to more resources than just feature history, but shout out to feature history for the lesson. We'll find some more. But like, just even that video alone tells me so much about what's happening in this war. Oil, money, power. Cycle, repeat. Kharkiv, Ukraine. This is all right. Let's dial back in. Back in Ukraine now. Kharkiv. The city's to the northeast, just a little bit south of Sumi. Continuously gets bombarded on a daily basis. I'd say Kharkiv and Mariupol. Mariupol is the most... That's I'm not sure what's left in Mariupol. It's completely wiped out, nearly. Kharkiv's dang near wiped out. So Mariupol, Kharkiv, and then the satellite cities to the northwest of Kyiv. Bucha and Irpin. To the northwest. So those are the biggest hotspots of the conflict right now, in terms of bombardments and ground fighting. On a daily basis. Here's Mariupol. Speaking of Mariupol, here's the latest video in Mariupol right now. Look at the, just look at the, hold on. Look at the buildings. This is Mariupol, guys. Just came out right now. I just hit refresh on the timeline. I'm gonna hide myself. They're doing the same shit that they did in Chechnya. Look at that. Look at Mariupol.
Как?
That's not a good sight. Is there more? The video's just coming out right now. 13 minutes ago, 14 minutes ago. Aftermath of a Russian shelling, so we just go through this whole timeline. So, the first clips we saw before we went into the history of the Chechen Wars. Also, what time is it? 10 minutes we have a viewer check-in. 10 minutes. We had Odessa, we had ships in the Black Sea that are blowing up, or our theory is, and obviously we can't confirm this, we're not there in person, and we don't have like intelligence reports to verify this, but common sense and just judging it from viewing it from the clip, it appears they're blowing up the sea mines in this area on the map. Right in here. Ukraine put a bunch of sea mines in here to prevent any amphibious landings. And so to me, and it seems others, it appears they're blowing them up. More video. This was this morning in Odessa. What's a compilation? No. Here's one of the ships out there. Here's a video. It zooms in. You can see them. Here. Here. This was this morning in Odessa. Nearly 9 in the morning now, but this was at this had to have been at about 5, nearly 6 in the morning in Odessa. Alright, continuing on. This is aftermath of a Russian shelling on Saltivka and Kharkiv. So Saltivka, another city that continuously gets bombed, or like a district within Kharkiv. This one. Where's Saltivka? Yeah. To the north, to the northeast, the northeastern district of the city. So right up in here.
Детский садик.
Appreciate that, Zabby. I see it. Mall pictures, I see it.
Нам не повезло тут. Третий этаж. А он надо мной. Вот моя. Ну, четвертый, но вроде бы целый. Там стекла повылетали. Вон прям в дом вхуярило. Дырка, блядь. Стекол, естественно, практически нигде нету. Вот наш вход в подвал, которого тоже нет. Странно, на первом все стекла целые. Ну, только тут, конечно, не считая. Блять, аж страшно. Как будто в другой мир попал. Пиздец.
All right, that's in Kharkiv. Continuing on, this is a Russian UAZ on fire outside of Mykolaiv. That's over here in between Kherson and Odessa.
Вояки, блядь, на УАЗике приехали воевать, блядь. Вояки, блядь, на УАЗике приехали воевать, блядь.
Irpin. Remember the satellite city outside of Kyiv. To the northwest. Here's Irpin. Bucha, Irpin. This is the city where all the pictures of all the civilians trying to cross the bridge underneath it, and you see the bridge blown up, and all the kids were under there one day, and they were bringing them across. That's Irpin. This is in Kharkiv. Showing destroyed windows. Irpin's flooded to this region. Over here. The flooding icon went away, but it's more by the Horenka up in here. Most Chun. Flooding in here. Near Horenka. More video from Kharkiv. What question did you ask, Valerie? Can someone elaborate what Zelensky was saying about his World War III? Like, you'd have to be more specific. Again, this is Mariupol right now. Going through the latest clips that are coming out this morning. I think that's all. We got pictures from the mall. Oh no, this is from the ammonia plant. Okay, we got that. Pictures. Here's the mall. Wow. Good God. Here's the mall.
Which happened last night here in Kyiv, just 15 minutes away.
That's bad.
From the center.
That's fucking bad, dude.
That's crazy. This is totally insane. It's the aftermath of the attack, which happened last
That's worse than
night
I thought.
in Kyiv, just 15 minutes.
That's the whole thing.
From the center. That's crazy.
They blew up the whole thing. Damn, like it's completely.
This is totally insane.
You guys, so let's go to here. Holy shit. That's in Kyiv. Right now. That's in the capital city. No, we're inside right now. They must not. Oh, this is from 2020. They must have added on to it. Here.
The mass of
This is about the spot. Like what? Like right here?
It's the aftermath of the attack, which happened last night here in Kyiv, just 15 minutes away from the center. That's crazy. This is totally insane. It's the aftermath of the attack, which happened last night here in Kyiv, just 15 minutes away from the center. That's crazy. This is totally insane.
Wow. So that was in the Podol district in Kyiv. I'll show you where this is. Oh, yo, that mall is like brand new, dude. I mean, it's again, like it just puts some perspective in it. Here's where that was, right here. Here's where the Maidan Square is and all the live feeds we've been watching. The Globus Mall, the one that you guys keep seeing it's not this one. This is the mall that we've been watching, or on all the live feeds. There's a mall under the ground here. Appreciate that, Cleve. Mall under the ground there, but it's not far from that one. Globus Mall is right here. There's the Retroville Mall. Well, check into the stream. Comment where you're tuning in from. What city, what state, where in the world. We need a safety meeting, dude. We need a safety meeting. Wow. And then if you missed it last night, here's the... Hold on. I should save that video. We need to watch the Sumi video still. Did we not save the video? Oh man. Oh, I didn't retweet it at the time. I wonder if it'll be on this thread. Yep, it is. Oh, thank goodness I don't have to go back. How you doing, St. Cloud? How you doing? I'm trying to find the... God dang it. We gotta go to the Kyiv Independent for it. The surveillance camera video. Here. Here it is on the surveillance camera. Oops, I need to make it full screen. I apologize. Restart. We're in the studio still. All right, here we go. So, this was at 10:46 p.m. last night at the Retroville Mall in Kyiv. How you doing, St. Paul? Last night, this was the strike. Dude, if Russia, dude, that's just not good. If they can do this in the heart of the city and get that big of an explosion, that won't be the mall was a test target. I bet you there is no rhyme or reason unless, yeah, there is. I'm sorry. We just learned about the Chechen War. This is part of their tactics. This is what they do. They hit targets like this. But like the fact that they were able to and how big that was is scary. And that hit the center in the center of Kyiv. And if you've been paying attention every day now, every strike in Kyiv now for the last 4 days have gotten bigger. Every strike has been a bigger one.
Insane.
Thank you, Ashley. Every strike has been bigger.
Which happened last night here in Kiev, just 15 minutes away from the center. That's crazy.
The Retroville Mall. Oh, they're live from the mall? Oh, my bad, Zabby. Hold on, we have a live feed from the mall. Wow, dude. This is live at the mall right now. Shout out Zabby for using AFP's feed. This is the mall right now. Oh, it was. Oh, they were live for a sec. Oh, they're back. Yeah, I had Discord closed, my bad. Alright, well, we have a live feed at the mall. I want to send out another notification for this one, guys. We need. Oh, that's a big one. That's a big strike in Kyiv. This isn't good. Give me 1 second. They've gotten bigger every day. They hit an apartment building. They hit a little town. They hit a apartment building to the. What was it? 2 days ago. They've been getting bigger and bigger. It was in this district 2 days ago in this part of the city. That size, that crater would take out an entire. That would take out, dude. That took out the whole thing. The whole tall building too. It just. We need to. Oh man. Are they done with the feed at the mall? I'm sure there'll be more. There's gonna be more. That's a massive strike. That won't be the last live feed we see at that mall right now. I'm sure there's gonna be more. At least 6 people were killed now in an overnight bombing on a shopping center in Ukraine. Excuse me, in Kyiv. Here's the ammonia outbreak in Sumi. Fully contained, it says. Alright, that was the ammonia plant in Sumi. Fully contained. Did I retweet that? No, I need to. Is there more video? At least 6 people were killed in an overnight Russian bombing on a shopping center in Ukraine's capital city of Kyiv, according to local authorities. I'm sure they'll be back, Zabby. I'm sure they'll be back. So that's out. This is what it looks like.
Here in Kiev, just 15 minutes away from the center. That's crazy. This is totally insane. It's the aftermath of the attack which happened last night here in Kiev, just 15 minutes away from the center. That's crazy. This is totally insane.
Hearing dogs barking. Death toll rises to 8. Information on the dead and injured is still being clarified. So what did we just read? An update that said 6 and now it says 8. Missiles strike Rivne's military training grounds. Rivne Oblast Governor Vitaly Koval said on March 20th that Russian forces hit the city's military training grounds with 2 missiles. There's no information on casualties yet. The city of Rivne is located 300 kilometers west of Kyiv. Toka U reportedly hit a shopping mall, several residential buildings, a parking lot, and Podol district. 20 cars burned. People are missing. The Toka U. Tactical ballistic missile. Tactical ballistic missile. Internal guidance system. Or inertial guidance system. Yeah, leveled an entire shopping mall. Yeah. Oh no, I need to retweet that. Nexta now posted.
In Kyiv, just 15 minutes away from the center. That's crazy. This is totally
And so Nexto, like the biggest one, they got nearly 1 million followers that a lot of people follow, just posted it now.
It's the aftermath of the attack which happened last night here in Kyiv, just 15 minutes away from the center. That's crazy.
Wow.
This is totally...
Looking for more. Nothing from Lviv. We got the UK intelligence update. Latest intelligence update on the situation in Ukraine. Heavy fighting continues north of Kyiv. Russian forces advancing on the city northeast have stalled. Forces advancing from the direction of Hostomel to the northwest have been repulsed by fierce Ukrainian resistance. The bulk of Russian forces remain more than 25 kilometers from the center of the city. Despite the continued lack of progress, Kyiv remains Russia's primary military objective, and they are likely to prioritize attempting to encircle the city over the next coming weeks. We have an update from John. Oh, they did our before and after. So before... After. That doesn't make any sense. The Ukrainian military shot down a Russian military ship? That's not what's happening in this video. That's not what's happening in this video. I don't know what Next is talking about here. Just waiting for more. Waiting for more information on the shopping mall. The ammonia leak in Sumi's contained. Two enemy eagles were shot down. What's this about? Two enemy eagles were shot down in Kharkiv region. Also, let's do a viewer check-in. No, not a viewer check-in. A station check-in. We'll do a viewer check-in in 40 minutes. You guys are watching Mercado Media Productions on Facebook and YouTube. Shout out to our members. It is Member and Supporter Monday. Grab that badge on Facebook if you guys want to chat on Mondays. YouTube, again, Monday's the same thing. The chat is set to member only. This is a viewer-funded stream, viewer-supported stream. I don't have a sponsor yet. I'm not corporate-owned or anything like that. It's just me and y'all. Alright? And our amazing mod team. So again, spam those reactions. Like the video if you haven't. Like the YouTube video. Close out the chat. Set it to live chat. The link in the description on YouTube. On Facebook, you should see a little shield with a little heart in it. It's like teal colored. Daniel says again, thank you for covering this, and thank you Snack Squad for this community. It means a lot to me. And grab that badge and you can chat on Mondays. Of course, if you aren't able to right now, every hour I'll open it up and welcome all our viewers. And then it's only one day a week. And you can still watch. We're still waiting for more. We got the UK intelligence update. We can add them to our list. It seems like they're just kind of posting intelligence updates. But if you missed it just a short time ago, heavy fighting continues north of Kyiv. Russian forces on the city from the northeast have stalled. Forces advancing to the direction of Hostomel to the northwest have been repulsed by fierce Ukrainian resistance. The bulk of Russian forces remain more than 25 kilometers from the center of the city. Despite the continued lack of progress, Kyiv remains Russia's primary military objective, and they are likely to prioritize attempting to encircle the city over the coming weeks. April, you got 562 days followed. Shout out to you. So, just waiting to hear more on the shopping mall. You have the best coverage. Thank you, Nickel9. Nothing new right now. We have live feeds going, but that's not in Kyiv. Is there any live feeds in Kyiv going right now? Likely not. The Sun has that video. We've seen that. This camera's just been completely off for a while now. Nope. Nothing yet. Nothing new right now, y'all. We can refresh the map. Thank you, Ander, for all you're doing from Andra. Thank you. I'm hoping that there's going to be more details, or John's going to be live, or people are going to be talking about this massive. I mean, here it is. You can watch it on the Sun, I suppose. The massive crater and explosion that happened in Kyiv, and the shopping mall that was taken out. This was the explosion at the shopping mall. Paulo with the 573 days. And then at the end they save somebody from out of the rubble. Perfect timing. John. Bad night in Kyiv, but the Ukrainians are Time Lords. Here's John Sweeney right now. Just came out 40 seconds ago.
Since war, the electricity is still on, the internet is still on, there are no Russian tanks on my street, Kreshatik, or anything like it, and I'm still wearing my lucky orange hat. Very noisy night last night, the noisiest it's been in the centre of Kyiv whole war. Incoming artillery in Podil, which, if I'm in Trafalgar Square right now in London terms, Podil is Camden, 40 minutes walk. Reports of 4 dead. I don't know, haven't been able to verify that. But Kyiv is still standing. Ukraine is still standing. So yesterday I posted, reported some gloomy thoughts from some of my friends in the Ukrainian military that were fearing that Mariupol would fall. It still hasn't. It's still in Ukrainian hands. Dire as conditions are down there. At the moment, it's possible the Russians can overwhelm us, but there's a feeling that Vladimir Putin is fighting a war from inside the 20th century. Tanks and armoured columns, and him strutting in his ghastly, far too expensive Italian coat. What's wrong with a duffel coat, I say? And manipulation and propaganda. But the Ukrainians, they believe in what they're doing, and they're fighting for the future, and they're fighting inside the 21st century. How can I put this? I think the Russian army is going to lose, because the Ukrainians, although they're much smaller, they're fighting inside modernity for the future.
They want it more.
The Ukrainians are Time Lords. Take care and love from Kyiv.
You got to realize it's Ukraine wants its independence. The Russian soldiers are being told what they need to do. They don't even want to be there. Generals are getting taken out. It's Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin. There's all just the morale and the motivation of the war is heavily in Ukraine's favor, because they want that. They want their independence. It's only Vladimir Putin that wants what he wants in the Kremlin, and I don't see Vladimir Putin and suits out there with fighting the war.
Day 26
one more time. I play his clips twice in case you missed it. Thank you for your coverage. Thank you, love.
Day 26 of Vladimir Putin's war. The electricity is still on. The internet is still on. There are no Russian tanks on my street, Kreshatik, or anything like it. And I'm still wearing my lucky orange hat. Very noisy night last night. The noisiest it's been in the centre of Kyiv whole war. Incoming artillery in Podil, which, if I'm in Trafalgar Square right now in London terms, Podil is Camden, 40 minutes walk. Reports of 4 dead. I don't know, haven't been able to verify that. But Kyiv is still standing. Ukraine is still standing. So yesterday I posted, reported some gloomy thoughts from some of my friends in the Ukrainian military that were fearing that Mariupol would fall. It still hasn't. It's still in Ukrainian hands. Dire as conditions are down there. At the moment, it's possible the Russians can overwhelm us, but there's a feeling that Vladimir Putin is fighting a war from inside the 20th century. Tanks and armoured columns, and him strutting in his ghastly, far too expensive Italian coat. What's wrong with a duffel coat, I say? And manipulation and propaganda. But the Ukrainians, they believe in what they're doing, and they're fighting for the future, and they're fighting inside the 21st century. How can I put this? I think the Russian army is going to lose, because the Ukrainians, although they're much smaller, they're fighting inside modernity for the future. The Ukrainians are Time Lords. Take care and love from Kyiv.
The Ukrainians are Time Lords, he says. Seen that? Kimmel retweeted it. Kharkiv, more videos coming out. More out of TikTok. Never mind. So these are more Russian BTR-82 Alpha vehicles. What are those? Or BTRs. From the Orsk large ship in Berdyansk. So again, more equipment being unloaded in Berdyansk. In this port here. Russian equipment. Again, aftermath in Kyiv. Just so you have, if you haven't seen it, this is aftermath of a strike on a what's it called, Retroville Mall. I keep wanting to call it the Retro Mall, the Retroville Mall. Like right here. Here's what this whole it's Sport Life. Here's a further distance. This part of the mall got hit. All right. So this is what it looked like. It's like a more modern mall than we even have. It's kind of like Mall of America, a section of it. Definitely like the same type of, definitely the same type of architecture. Mall of America is starting to look like this now. Might be the same architect, who knows? Here it is now.
Aftermath of the attack, which happened last night here in Kyiv, just 15 minutes away from the center. That's crazy. This is totally insane. It's the aftermath of the attack, which happened last night here in Kyiv, just 15 minutes.
So right there, that's the sport life. It's part of the sport life sign. Mm-hmm. Right here. All right, we're waiting for more. All clear, Kharkiv Oblast. What's this here? The wreckage of a Russian Orlan 10 UAV. What is that? Developed by the Special Technology Center in St. Petersburg for the Russian Armed Forces. Oh, aerial reconnaissance collecting 3D mapping. So it's a reconnaissance drone. Aerial reconnaissance. Probably has like a 4K camera on it. If it does 3D imagery. Here's another picture of the Retroville Mall. This is about the same Google Map stuff we're doing that they're posting, but before and then from this angle back here. Here's where the Retroville Mall is on the map. Not that far away from central Kyiv. Still in the city. Still within the city, out within the, but it's not in the city center. There was a strike in Abalon, Podil, and now over here in the Podilsky district. Over the last 4 or 5 days. There's been a strike in Abalon district, there's been a strike in the Podil district, and now at the Retroville Mall. I don't see any other cameras online. Not yet, they're not. Oh, more video. More video from the mall. I'm sure that mall was still open. Or maybe, I don't know. They're trying to keep business as usual in Kyiv. It wasn't open at the time when it was hit at 10:46 p.m. But I wonder if during the daytime any parts of that mall were open for people to get food or whatever. More images coming out from the mall. The irony of it, one of the stores demolished by tonight's Russian strike in Kyiv was Leroy Merlin, a company that refuses to leave the Russian market despite the war Russia has waged against Ukraine. So, a view inside the mall. It was hit. There's people. There's 8 dead right now. 8 confirmed dead, but it was hit at 10:46 p.m. So, assumptions would be workers, maybe anybody that was just around the area. There's a big parking lot, and there's a residential apartments right next to it, like brand new ones.
From the center.
So John tweeted that out. I wonder if he's gonna go there. "12 buildings destroyed, 2-person wounded as a result of Russian attacks in the Luhansk region." Luhansk is down here. Here's Luhansk. In the Donbass region. Consequences of the ammonia leakage from the Sumi Kimprom. Currently, the affected area is about 2.5 kilometers. The wind direction is opposite to the city of Sumi. The village of Nova Solitia is under a threat of chemical pollution. Emergency crews of the plant and the SES are working. Here's video from Ezium. Ezium on the map is over here. On your way up to Kharkiv.
Не, есть это самое, Сань, есть дома. То есть, ну, дело в том, что... Да, вот это дом посада. Да, сейчас. Центр города. Центр города. Да. Не, есть это самое, Сань, есть дома. То есть, ну, дело в том, что... Да, вот это дом посада. Да, сейчас.
Again, the Retroville Shopping Mall. Retroville Shopping Mall in Kyiv. Still awaiting more. Still awaiting more, chat. So the latest of the big updates is Ukraine denied surrendering to Russia for the city of Mariupol. They denied that. They said they're not going to lay down their arms or give up. So Mariupol's still being fought over. I believe I shared a tweet showing what Mariupol looks like a little earlier. I did not. I think it's in our server. Oh, I don't see it. Here it is. This is what Mariupol's looking like.
Как?
Here's President Zelensky last night talking about Mariupol. Let's listen.
Блокадний Маріуполь увійде в історію відповідальності за воєнні злочини. Зробити таке з мирним містом, що зробили окупанти, це терор, який будуть згадувати і через століття. І чим більше українці говорять про це світові, тим більше ми знаходимо підтримки. Чим більше Росія застосовує терору проти України, тим гірше наслідки наступають для неї. Блокадний Маріуполь увійде в історію відповідальності за воєнні злочини. Зробити таке з мирним містом, що зробили окупанти, це терор, який будуть згадувати і через століття. І чим більше українці говорять про це світові, тим більше ми знаходимо підтримки. Чим більше Росія застосовує терору проти України, тим гірше наслідки наступають для неї.
Here's another video of Mariupol. Ukraine rejected Russian ultimatum to hand over the city before 5 a.m. Let's open up the chat for the last 5 minutes. No live feeds in Mariupol. Russian Iskander missile hit the Retroville Mall.
Attack which happened last night here in Kyiv, just 15 minutes away from the center. That's crazy. This is totally insane.
Posted a mall feed in the Discord. Perfect, you knew it. Live feed at the mall right now. Shout out, Zabby. Alright, y'all, so actually it might be live for a little bit longer. Just kidding. It might be live for longer than 5 more minutes. This is the mall that was hit. We're gonna watch this. Safety meeting, though, for sure. Now, this video is live. This isn't a clip, okay? Make that clear now. This isn't a clip. I knew it. I knew they'd be out there eventually.
I know, but it's live.
They're pushing the reporters back.
The line? Да. Все, отходим. Слышите меня или нет? Come on, quickly.
They're moving all the reporters back.
Around this. Come on, it's very dangerous for your life. Quickly. Testing goes around this car. You must go around this car. Come on. За дом все. Все за дом. За дом.
Yeah, like they said, like everyone will go behind of house.
They're not letting reporters like cover it or what? Go to the other. They'll go to the other side, likely. Yes, those are blasts in the background. This mall was hit. There. This was last night. This is live right now. I can't. This is a live feed, so. Wow. Hey, react to the stream, share the stream if you haven't. This is live, a live look at the mall that was hit in Kyiv overnight. Yeah, safety meeting. This is live though, I'm not touching it. We're gonna be watching this until this feed cuts. Engage in the stream, give a reaction, definitely share though on Facebook, hit the share button. You said what happened? Here, I got you guys. I'm gonna do something quick so we can keep this. I got you guys. I'll show you.
Meltem, evet, senin de söylediğin gibi başkent Kiev'de gerçekleşen, gece saatlerinde gerçekleşen bu saldırı sonucunda 6 kişinin yaşamını yitirdiğini ifade edebiliriz. Hemen arkamızdaki bölgede gerçekleşti bu saldırı ama güvenlik güçleri şu anda bizi bu noktadan oldukça uzak bir noktaya doğru ilerlettiler. Burası bir AVM, alışveriş merkezinin otoparkı aynı zamanda ve bu noktaya düzenlenen saldırı sonucunda 6 kişi yaşamını yitirdi. Rus kaynaklı açıklamalarda, bilgilendirmelerde buranın bir askeri bölge olarak kullanıldığı,
Alright. In the bottom left is what happened last night. So we can keep the live feed going and I can show you guys what happened.
Come on, get this behind the building. If you're there, get behind the building. Around this house, come on.
Alright, watch in the bottom left. Wow.
The attack.
That happened last night. This is live feed, so I'm not going to stop it.
Edebiliriz. Uçaklardan atılabilen füzeler oldukça sahip ki daha önce benzer şekilde yine bu füzeler kullanıldı ve belli noktalarda Suda.
No. No. You didn't go there.
They're pushing them back even further now.
Doğru ilerlememiz isteniyor. Daha bizlerden ve halen de bir saldırı olabileceği ihtimaline karşı da bölgede güvenlik önlemleri alınmaya devam ediyor. Ben sanıyorum
Rus envanterine giriyorlar.
Evet, şu an
Вы нас эвакуируете, а машины там не пострадают? Машины, вам важнее жизнь или машина? Давайте, не відволікайте, зайдіть, будь ласка, за будинок. Прямо до будинку. За будинок треба заховатися. Добре. Лео, у нас ждать інформацію, ми будемо тебе величезника, ви не відповідаєте. Ну тоді далі.
The press isn't they're having a tough time being able to sit there. But he's gonna still zoom in on the one part of the building. You can see the one part.
Відійдіть далі, будь ласка.
Where do you want
Дальше,
to go?
дальше,
Where?
дальше.
And they're backing up some more. This is a live feed in Kyiv right now. Is there any news is closer? Yes, this is the mall. Just to show you guys here, I'll pull this up now. Here's the video of it last night.
Thank you, guys.
Bottom left corner of your screen. Look in the bottom left. So that happened at 10:46 p.m. It's a shopping mall.
Of the attack.
Here's what it looks like a little closer. Bottom left corner of your screen. And then to give you an idea of what it looked like. So in the left, oh, I'm covering it right now. Here, look underneath me now. It's a live feed behind me. But now you can see to the left, that's the sign that says sport. This is what it used to look like in the bottom right. You can see that's what it was. The camera's drifting. What you're looking at right there, the building that's damaged, is this. Wow. So bottom right is what it looked like before, and the big image is a live feed of what it looks like now. People that lived in those apartments are like leaving. And then here it is.
Are you filming? No. Yes or no? היי, כן, רגע, חכה שנייה, תן לי רגע לסדר את הכובע שנייה.
Not sure yet. It was a Toka U is what the early report said. It was a Toka U missile. This is live right now outside the Retroville Mall in the Podilsky district in Kyiv. We can pull that up on the side map quick.
לא. קלמוס? אחי, take it or leave it, וזה תכף ייגמר גם.
Vous êtes monté là-haut?
אני מחזיק אתכם ביד, אז קדימה,
Et alors, il y a de l'accès ou pas?
תגיד לי מתי.
Dans les maisons?
תגיד לי מתי אריק מוכן ומתי אתה מוכן.
Mais on voit le... On voit bien? Mieux?
Yeah. Non, 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 mais on voit la scène.
How are you? Good. Well, we arrived.
The Retroville Mall is with a red.
I'm doing that.
Combien?
חברים, אתם רוצים, זה לא יהיה לכם עוד הרבה זמן ככה.
The red ping. The red pin.
לא, אז יאללה.
Probably zoom in a little bit more on the map.
יפנו אותי, יקרה משהו, תיפול לי היד, תיפול פצצה, קדימה.
Here's the zoo.
On est allé voir des gens, il y a des gens qui nettoient.
Chez les gens.
Ouais, c'est ça.
רגע, זה לא אני אעשה.
On l'a suivi, il a découvert son appartement.
ככה, נכון?
Ouais, puis il est parti sur le péage, là.
It's where the red pin is where the location of this mall.
הרחיקו אותי קצת, אבל שלחתי לכם.
There's all of Kyiv on the map now below me.
מאחוריי אתם רואים מה שהיה פעם מרכז קניות, זה הרוס לחלוטין. לא יודע כמה אתם יכולים, אבל אולי אני יכול להפוך את המצלמה. שלום אריק. כן, צפון מערב קייב, לא רחוק איפשהו ככה במרכז, אם מישהו רואה את המפה, בין בוצ'ה לאירפין, שני ערי הלוויין שהופצצו קשות, ואנחנו עם מרכז קניות זיו קורן ואני, שחטף פגיעה ישירה של טיל, כנראה טוצ'קה, הוא או טיל קרקע רוסי אחר, שפשוט, לא יודע כמה השוטרים, ותראו את התמונות שצילמתי שם קודם, אנחנו הגענו ראשונים, מצאנו גם את הגופות, מראות מאוד מאוד קשים, 30 הרוגים בין ההריסות. השוטרים עכשיו הרחיקו את העיתונאים, אבל אני אולי יהפוך לרגע את המצלמה, אז תוכלו לראות את הזירה. הרס מוחלט. מה שאתם מסתכלים עליו עכשיו היה קודם מרכז קניות, אתם רואים עכשיו את השמיים, זה פשוט הריסות, אתם רואים שם את השמיות של נטיות שפשוט ספורט, ספורט, זה היה חנות ספורט עתידית שנקראת ספורט לייב, וכל שם, גם בגלל המשרדים, כל ערוץ לחלוטין.
Yeah, I'm seeing that too, Charlie. I'm seeing that too.
אנחנו רואים, הייתי אומר, שתי מגמות במלחמה. מצד אחד,
Is he moving closer? This cameraman's determined. Oh. Did we lose the feed? Probably just saw that move. Oh. Maybe getting closer angle? Oh no, we'll have to keep that up. That was a live feed at the mall. Live feed at the mall. I'll have to see if they come back. He looked like he was moving. Ukraine siren alert. The whole region of Zhytomyr. That's here. I'm sure it'll come back. Another Stugna P video. ATGM strike reportedly on a Russian BMP by Ukraine's 128th Mountain Assault Brigade.
Пострел. О, пішла. Ну, давай. Есть. Надеюсь. Да, есть. Разбираемся. Пострел.
Stugna P.
О, пішла. Ну, давай.
Dang, that's pretty far away, isn't it? That took forever to get there. I just realized that. That was a far target. As a result of this morning's shelling from the Russian naval artillery in Odessa, several houses were destroyed, reports the speaker of the regional administration from Sergei Brakchuk. There were no injuries or fatalities. So, definitely some parts of Odessa were hit from the morning shelling that we watched. It wasn't just in the water.
Вот так вот.
Update: the plane crashed in the region of and belongs to China Eastern Airlines. Reuters. Nope. I think that might have been it then on that one. Consequences of bombardment in Kyiv. Nope. I think that was it from the mall. We got here more pictures from the mall. A before and after of the Retroville shopping mall. Before. After. Alright, y'all. I think I'm gonna call it for the night now. I stayed live an extra hour and a half because we got the live feed. But I'm tired. I need to rest, so I'm good to go for tomorrow. Like the video if you guys haven't. I'm gonna open the chat up so everyone can say goodbye. I'm gonna be tuning out for now. If any further updates come out or anything breaking happens between now and tomorrow, of course I'll just go live. Yeah, losing that mall feed bites. That's how it works, though. It's a war zone. But again, like the video if you guys haven't. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. Oh, man. I'll be live again tomorrow at 9 p.m. Central Time. Alright, we'll be live again at 9 p.m. Central Time. And we'll see what the latest updates is. If there's anything drastic that happens throughout the day, of course, like I said, I will go live and we'll cover that. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Have a wonderful evening. Shout out to everybody that is following the page on Facebook, that is subscribed to the YouTube channel, that has liked the video. See you guys tomorrow. Take care. Have a good night.